Hey guys, I'm Billy Barton with Spectrain, and welcome finally to the Level Up Pistol class video. I'm very excited to finally be able to put this out. I've actually been trying to get this out for a couple years now, and it's been both kind of a manpower and technology limitation that we've been able to try to get this done. I actually have flown out recently some camera equipment to classes across the country to try to get this done, and it didn't work out. We were finally able to get it done close to home at kind of my local range here in North Carolina. And so I'm excited to finally have a good body of work to put out for you guys. This is a curriculum I've been working on now for a little bit over 5 years. It was the first iteration of this class, and it's changed a lot over the years. Some of it stayed the same, some of the basic structure and kind of the goals for it. But even from class to class still, we're tweaking and improving and trying to sort of continue to optimize the flow and the blocks and how we present some of the information. My biggest challenge continues to be what do I not put in, right? How do I really do a good comprehensive class in 2 days with the amount of time that we have? With that said, I'll warn you ahead of time, it's going to be a bit of a long one, and I'm going to put this out in 2 parts. Essentially, this video you're watching right now is going to be from day 1, basically the first half of this class. And the real focus for this, there's going to be a little bit of stage work in there, but the real focus on this is going to be speed and accuracy on targets of varying difficulty, a little bit of gun handling stuff, as well as some target transitions. Is pretty much going to be what day 1 covers. Part 2, which will be coming out very soon if you're watching this at launch, is going to be from day 2 of the class, which is going to be basically all movement and then kind of the application side, including stage playing and how to kind of execute well on USPSA stages. But this is basically it. This is basically all of the curriculum from 2 days. I'm putting it out, not really holding anything back. Obviously, a lot of this is credited to my mentors and folks that I've learned from, and you'll hear that throughout the class. This is kind of my highlight reel, if you will, of the things that have made the biggest difference for me in my journey, and the things that I've just seen be the biggest difference maker for my students over the last 10 years or so. And so hopefully this is a really good resource for you guys. I'm running my mouth again. I think I'll cut it off here. Enjoy the video. I won't waste a whole lot of time talking about me. I presumably you have some idea who I am or you wouldn't be here, but I'll tell you a couple of things, and really more by way of kind of introducing the class as well, and kind of talk a little bit about how we'll kind of approach training over the next couple of days and logistics and so forth. Number one, I like to say that I'm nobody special, by which I mean like very little of what we're going to talk about over the next couple of days is like stuff I invented, right? People have been shooting pistols at a very high level for a very long time, actually. And so I kind of feel like anybody that's running around today, like teaching their system of shooting that they claim to have invented, is either full of crap and they're teaching the same stuff a lot of other people are, or they're not full of crap. They did invent it, but it's just not probably worth a whole lot. It's like that's kind of 2 options, right? So I've just been fortunate enough over the last really a little bit over a decade now to have the passion for this thing and the time and the resources to be able to travel around the country and train with quite a few of the best shooters instructors to ever live, and including quite a few world champions at this point. And here's one of my biggest takeaways from that, right? I'm convinced you get the top 10 pistol shooters in a room in the world in a room together, right? Whoever you think those guys are, and you say, hey man, how do you grip a pistol if you want to be good at shooting? Not only are those guys, obviously going to tell you some things here or there that are a little bit different, but very often those guys are going to tell you stuff that is exactly opposite. Now, that's pretty annoying, to be honest. Like that's really frustrating, because it would be way easier if I could get up in front of you guys today and be like, hey man, thus saith the Lord, you want to be good at shooting, this is where your thumb goes, like on the pistol. Here's how you grip a pistol if you want to be good at shooting, right? But I think if I did that again, I would be full of crap, because no matter what I tell you, I can point you to 5 world champions to do different than that. And I think there's a lot of reasons for that. There's a lot of variables, obviously, to consider from one shooter to the next. The obvious things like hand size and strength and dexterity, and things people don't think about, like, man, how wide apart are your shoulders versus how long are your arms, changes the angles at which your wrists come onto the gun, and all sorts of funky stuff. But actually, all the way down to equipment's one of the big variables as well. Think about it like this: do you think my hands are going to go on the gun the exact same place, grabbing a full-size, Glock 34 type gun like I'm shooting today, versus if you hand me a SIG 365? No. Even if I wanted to grip it exactly the same way, there's simply not enough room to do it the same way. So, most of those classes that I took, I'm sure like some of you guys have seen when I first started off, it was all super technique based in the sense of, hey man, you come to Billy Barton's pistol class, you're going to learn Billy Barton's system of shooting. Here's the Billy Barton grip I'm going to teach you. Here's the way I grip the pistol. And you're going to try that today. And if it doesn't work for you, you go take somebody else's class and see if their way works for you. And it's like, okay, well, this is a giant waste of time for most people because, man, what are the chances that exactly the way I grip the pistol is going to be the best for even half of you guys today? Like, honestly, pretty slim, right? And I couldn't tell you if you asked me, like, who do you grip the pistol exactly the same way as? I'm not sure I could give you a name. Right? So, man, to me, that's kind of a waste of time. So the way I would rather approach training is be like, okay, what's the goal of a good grip? I don't mean get high and tight. I mean, how do I want the gun to behave as a result of a good grip? What is the difference that I'm looking for? How could I watch the gun, somebody shooting, and know based upon what the gun does when they're shooting or based upon the results on target, whether they have a good grip or not? Okay, we're going to define what we want in terms of results out of a good grip. Okay, cool. We got that now. Now, here are some exercises we can use to assess how the gun's behaving for you currently. And if it's not behaving the way that you want, here's kind of an iterative layered system, kind of a checklist, if you will, of things we can go through and tweak and experiment with and try to figure out what works best for you, right? What this means, unfortunately, is that the work is going to be like nowhere close to done by the end of the day tomorrow, all right? It's absolutely impossible for me to try to take you from where you are right now to where you want to be in 16 hours. That's not the way human performance and growth works. So, a lot of people will make big claims and promises about, hey man, I guarantee you will leave this class a better shooter. It's like, well, we're going to shoot about 1,000 rounds the next couple of days. So if you're not like warmed up by the end of the day tomorrow and like shooting a little bit better than you came in cold this morning, like we probably did something wrong. But that's not actually the goal for me, is to like make you a better shooter by the end of the day tomorrow, because I really don't think that's a real thing. Like maybe you are shooting better by the end of the day tomorrow. But then if you don't touch your gun for 2 weeks and you come back out and shoot the cold test, are you going to be a measurably better shooter? Probably not, to be totally frank with you, right? So what is the goal then? Well, what I really am trying to do is give you like 6 months, 6 months to a year's worth of homework, and hopefully a renewed and better understanding of how to train the things that we're going to cover over the next couple of days, in a way that will hopefully fuel and sort of enable you and empower you to go home and get back on the range yourself with a better understanding of how to self-diagnose and how to experiment and how to develop these processes and systems that work better for you and make yourself a better shooter over the coming months and years, right? With that said, all that homework is only going to be useful to you if you actually go home with the homework. So, whatever works best for you in terms of capturing that stuff is totally fine with me. I meant to pull this out already. If you are kind of old-fashioned and you like the pen to paper system, some of you guys got small notebooks and whatever. That's awesome. I've got some fancy Spec Train notebooks here. If you'll use one of these, feel free to grab one and use that. Right? If you like writing stuff down by hand, making notes, absolutely feel free. If you want to, have your phone out and be typing stuff in, that's totally cool. I'm not going to, do the old FUD thing and think you're texting and yell at you, right? I'm going to hope you're taking notes, and that's going to make me real happy more than anything else. If you want to have your phone out and be videoing stuff, that's cool. Like literally whatever works for you. To take stuff home is great. I'll never forget, man, the first class I ever take, and I still catch myself doing it to this day. You're in the middle of a drill or you're in the middle of a block. You have that light bulb moment. You realize this is something I really need to work on, whatever the case may be. And in the moment, you feel to yourself like, man, I am never going to forget this until the day that I die, right? Like this is awesome. And then by the time, like for me, like by the time I wake up the next morning, I'm like, wait, what was that we were thinking about yesterday, So however you can kind of record that training plan for yourself, highly encourage you to do that. Also, please feel free to interrupt with questions as you have them. I like to say we kind of have to play this game as instructors where I'm kind of sitting here going, okay, what do these guys already know? What don't you know? Out of the stuff you don't know, what's most important for you to know at the time that we have over the next couple days, right? And how much information can I give you before it's too much all at once and all that kind of stuff, right? So if you have a question about anything that we're talking about, if I ever use like terminology, I try to use like really dummy proof language and stuff. But man, if I use terminology that doesn't make sense or don't explain how something applies to you or your context or your equipment or whatever it is, please definitely feel free to kind of interrupt with those questions as we go. I'd much rather you leave with more answers as opposed to more questions, right? Couple thoughts about how we'll kind of approach training as well. We kind of talked a little bit about already, finding a way that works for you. Of course, we have to be a little bit careful with that works best for you idea. I love one of my favorite quotes. My buddy Scott Jedlinski, a couple of you mentioned him already this morning, but he has that great saying, man. It's like, man, if you came into class today with a way that works for you already, that's awesome. But if you still suck, it doesn't work for you. So what we mean by that is, I don't mean what's easy, natural, comfortable. I couldn't care less about any of that stuff. I mean, what I care about is what makes you faster, more accurate. I'll do something that feels weird or feels difficult or is uncomfortable 10 times out of 10 if it gives me more alphas in less time. So that's how we measure it, is based upon performance, right? With that said, we'll look at that performance a couple different ways. I think it's pretty well understood in about any domain of training outside of firearms that the way you get better is through failure, right? I mean, like, it's real simple. If I want to put up more weight on my bench press, is the best way to do that to go to the gym every day and do the same number of reps with the same amount of weight that I'm already comfortable with over and over again? No, probably not, right? I'm probably gonna have to put some more plates on there, right? I'm probably gonna have to get uncomfortable. I'm gonna have to push past what I can do currently to that failure point to simulate growth. And shooting is no different. But man, so often we get on the range, especially, not picking on my law enforcement guys, man, like every law enforcement range I've ever been on, what do you always hear, man? Things like, oh, man, 100% accountability. There's a lawyer behind every bullet, all that kind of stuff, right? 100%, right? And it's like, man, yeah, on the street, yes, those things are true, 100%. You have to be accountable. There is a lawyer behind every bullet. I get all that. There should not be any lawyers hiding around out here today. If you happen to see one, point them out to me. I'll shoot them and we'll finish up. But it shouldn't be the case. This is a training environment, not on the street, right? So, man, it's like, again, what that generally kind of translates to is you are never allowed to miss in training. We're never allowed to push past what you can do currently. So we're just going to sit here, slow. My man already mentioned, but the whole qual thing, right? The par times are always super generous. So we're just going to sit here, take our time, nice and slow and easy, make sure we get this standard, right? And it's like, okay, is that a practical engagement strategy, though, for what we would use in the real world? And the answer, of course, is going to be no. We have to go fast for any practical shooting discipline, whether that's a gunfight or whether it's a match, whatever the case may be, we got to go fast. So what I'd rather do is get you to go fast in training, right? And when, the groups don't look super pretty, when we start seeing those failure points occur on target, the fix for that is never going to be to slow down. The fix for that is going to be to say, okay, we're having issues here. What is the cause of this? Is it a vision thing? Am I not seeing what I need to see? Am I moving the gun when I press the trigger? Do I have a grip problem? Do I have something else going on that's causing the rounds to not go where I want? I'm going to work to gain control now at this new pace. And as soon as things start to look pretty again, it's, of course, time to push to the next level, right? Push again until you find those failure points. This is kind of a mode of training I call exploration mode, right? We're exploring in an effort to figure out do something differently to get a new gain in terms of accuracy or speed. And in exploration mode, if you're sitting here doing a drill or an exercise and, all of your rounds are doing a super pretty little group in the middle, you are just wasting time, right? You're making yourself feel good. You're turning money into noise, but you're not learning anything, right? Because those groups on paper are not telling you anything about what you need to change about your shooting. So the goal in exploration mode literally is failure. We're going to be pushing past what we can do currently again until those wheels start to come off, start seeing those failure points where we can make corrections. However, if all you ever do in training is go to the range and fail all day, and now tomorrow I have to do the thing for real, again, whatever that means for you, whether that means I have to defend my life or someone else's, or whether that means I got to go to a match and be fast and accurate without catastrophic mistakes happening on demand, do I know, okay, what is the repeatable process that I can rely on to give me those consistent results. It's not going to be at 100% of my capability, right? But results that are close to the peak of my capability with consistency. A few of you mentioned that as a weakness already. Do I know what that repeatable process is for me that I can rely on cold, on demand, in any condition? If all I'm doing at the range is failing all day, probably not. I don't know what that process is that actually works 10 times out of 10 because I'm failing 10 times out of 10, right? So I don't know what that looks like. So this is where, as opposed to exploration mode, I think sometimes it's important to switch over and think about that execution mode as well. What process do I rely on when I need to execute, right? With consistency and close to my peak performance. And then we'll have a whole different focus there, right? We're not trying to push to failure. We're trying to actually perform now. What is the process that I can use to actually get the results that I want with consistency, right? So we'll see some clear examples of moving back and forth between those. When we're over here on the stage, we're going to have one shot to shoot the stage, and you're going to live with whatever score that is. That's going to be execution mode. That's an execution mode assessment of where are we currently? What skills are you bringing to the table today? What do you know the process you can rely on for targets of varying difficulty to give you the results that you want, right? When we're over here shooting, doubles and bills and that kind of stuff, we're working on the individual pieces, we're working the movement mechanics. That's gonna be kind of that exploration mode. We're expecting failure, right? If you're breezing through everything and everything's all alphas all the time, I'm gonna be really disappointed. That's not the point. It's not the goal, right? We're trying to push the failure there. So that's a couple things there on kind of a couple different modes that we'll go through in training that I think will be kind of important to understand, and you'll kind of see how that applies as we go. Basic plan for the next couple days. We'll be on the stage, pretty much the beginning and ending of both days. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. In between, today, kind of first half of the day, speed and accuracy on targets of varying difficulty and target transitions in the afternoon. Tomorrow is pretty much going to be all movement and kind of application work, if you will, over on the stage. We'll get some stage planning stuff a good bit tomorrow for those of you that are looking for that piece as well. And we'll talk about some different applications of that, but that is the long and short plan for the next couple days. Let's hit a couple safety notes really quickly. I know we got some squared away guys here, but always good to refresh some stuff. Make sure we're all on the same page. Kind of talk about some specific range logistics and kind of how we'll apply this stuff to the class over the next couple days as we go. First of all, universal rules of firearm safety. What belongs on that list? What should we talk about? Not a rhetorical question. Universal rules. What do we got? Okay, yeah, that's usually the first one we always hear. The classic. Someone mentioned the NRA a minute ago. Like the classic old one is like all guns are always loaded. It's like, nope, don't like that one because we know for sure it's not true. All that one really means is we're going to obey all the other rules, whether your gun is loaded or not. That's kind of the important thing there. Also, you're responsible for both knowing and maintaining the status of your weapon at all times. So if it's supposed to be loaded, better be loaded. If it's supposed to be unloaded, better be unloaded, right? We'll go back and forth on that a little bit over the next couple of days. However, kind of big boy rules. I assume most everybody here is like carrying a gun on a daily basis, that kind of thing. We're not going to take time to, after every single drill or exercise or whatever, get the whole line to unload and show clear every, 2 shots, that kind of thing. So totally fine to be walking around with hot guns in holsters. All that we ask is that those guns are going to stay in holsters whenever you're not like on the firing line and that line is hot, right? So when we're down range, some people are shooting, you're back here reloading magazines, whatever the case may be. You're totally fine. As an example, if I need to, take a magazine out of my gun, stuff it back up and put it back in while it's in the holster, all that's fine. We just don't need to be hearing like slides racking back here and so forth while folks are down range. If we're during a break, there's something you need to do in terms of lubing up or whatever the case is, totally fine. Again, just get, down range on a berm where no one's down range of your face in safe direction. Do what you need to do, holster back up. But when we're back here, we'll just ask that guns stay in holsters. What are the other rules we should talk about?
Don't point at anything you don't intend to shoot or destroy.
Okay, so muzzle discipline, right? Never allow your muzzle to point at anything you don't intend or willing to destroy. A couple important things there that we'll just kind of talk about in terms of class application. Those of us that are competitors are super used to like the 180 rule and so forth. Sometimes we complain about that being unrealistic. I mean, in a class environment, a lot of times that's not strong enough, right? When you're standing on a firing line with people to your left and your right, Gotta be careful of that thing. The main thing we see, people getting in trouble, as an example, is like if you're in the habit of when you go to reload, like whipping that gun like way over to your side, that kind of thing. It's like, man, there's people sitting right here. So there's really no reason for that. So I would ask that you kind of consider whenever you're shooting, like whatever your array of targets is, that's kind of your left and right lateral limit. So like if you got one target for like you will for this morning, like there's no reason for your gun to be pointing anywhere other than inside that target or going back into the holster, right? Very, very doable to go ahead and do a reload, right, with that muzzle still pointing down range, at all times. Same thing, when you do something administrative, again, you're loading, unloading, clearing a malfunction, whatever the case may be, like no reason for that gun to be like down here somewhere or anywhere other than, again, going in and out of the holster or just up in front of your face pointing downrange. Right? I can do whatever I need to do with my gun up here where I'm demonstrating very clearly to everyone that I have control over this, and that is pointing downrange at a target, right? What else? So really an extension of the same rule we just talked about, right? Not pointing your muzzle at things you aren't willing to destroy doesn't stop at your target. It goes through the target to the terminal resting place of that bullet. So as an example, if you guys weren't here, right, then I was going to draw from here and shoot at target number 1 down there on the firing line. Safe for me to do that? Is that a safe direction for me to be shooting? I would say yes, right? Not a trick question. What if I took that target and I pulled it up to where it's like 3 to 5 yards now in front of me, though? Am I still good? Still, yeah. Yep, nothing too crazy. What if I thought, though, that it would be super tactical of me to like drop into a kneeling position and now I'm taking a headshot on that close target? Am I still good?
No.
Not necessarily, right? Because I may be sending that round over top of that berm. Point being, we're going to try to have, obviously, the target set up as safely as possible at all times over the next couple of days. However, we can't necessarily account for what angles you might create based upon where you go and what you do. So just please be aware of, at all times, where are these rounds going to end up when they go through this target. Make sure they're ending up exactly one place, which is in that berm somewhere. Doesn't even have to be, risking a person, right? Be aware those rounds are going. Hey, man, Billy left his bag of pacer guns downrange of this target I'm shooting at. I probably shouldn't put holes in that. Like, whatever it is, right? Like, be aware of that stuff, right? Where are your rounds going to go? Make sure they're not destroying something that you're not intending to. Last but not least,
keeping your finger off the trigger unless you're actively engaging target.
Yeah, so until your sights are on target and the decision to fire has been made, not only will your finger, be off the trigger, right? But we'll ask that it'll be out to the trigger guard, straight up on the frame of your pistol. Again, very clearly demonstrating to everyone that your finger is nowhere clear near that trigger. And if a bee came and stung you in the hand right now, I wouldn't accidentally like flinch and press that trigger, that kind of thing. Let's think about application here. So let's say I was doing a draw to a target, right? Any reason for my finger to be on the trigger, let's say here?
No.
I would say no, right? What about here? Why is it okay for my finger to be on the trigger here? That's what I am doing, but why is it okay? Yeah, so I say sights on target, right, until your sights are on target, like very purposefully. Doesn't mean I'm seeing them, right? But the gun is pointed at the target. I mean, hey, if it's, again, a close enough target, like, could I be shooting from here if I need to? 100%, right? So again, assuming it's a safe direction, once the sights are on target, can I start to your point, start prepping that trigger as the gun's coming up? 100%, right? However, like, again, this is where we have to be aware of the details. So, like, let's say that you've bought into like a version of the high muzzle presentation on the draw, whereas the gun's coming out, you're doing this kind of deal as you're presenting. Should I be prepping the trigger here?
No.
I would say no, absolutely not, right? So that's kind of one of my beefs with that draw stroke. Is like, I don't feel being, safe and accountable that you should really be touching the trigger until like after your gun's all the way out, right? When you're doing that. So until the sights are on target, decision fire has been made, finger straight out to the trigger guard up in the frame of the pistol. Same thing when you're done shooting, right? There's no reason for me to be shooting, and I'm going to come back down like this now, right? Before to relax or go back in the holster, right? First thing that's going to happen when you're done shooting, finger goes straight out to the trigger guard. Now the gun comes back into the holster. Everybody good with all that? Okay. In terms of if we have any kind of medical emergencies, obviously let me know if we have any issues. We've got a couple things back here you may need to take use of. Boo-boo kit, obviously, cuts and scrapes. If you need an aspirin or got a headache or something, put this out of the sun. Help yourself. Just kind of let me know if you take stuff so I can restock. This is obviously a general plug holes type kit. Obviously, a lot of us will have that stuff on us as well. But if you need that, we can definitely make use of it. Please, we've never needed to use that or had any of those kind of issues in a class. Help me maintain that record, please. Obviously, if we do need to get someone out of here, we'll at the very least get out to the hardball. You don't want ambulances hunting for people back in fields and stuff. And we'll take it from there based upon what emergency services instructs. But that's kind of the basic plan there. Any questions or issues, any of that so far? Okay, cool. I think I have run my mouth enough for this morning. So you may be wondering, are we going to dive into some kind of nice, chill, warm-up exercise, get everybody comfortable, that kind of thing? Absolutely not. No, this is level up after all. So we're gonna dive into the stage for a couple reasons. I want to just kind of mention this before we get over there. This one's honestly more for me than for you, in the sense of this is my one opportunity to see you guys shoot cold. Basically over the next couple of days, like truly kind of cold, right? See where are we at, and this will be very informative for me in terms of how we need to address certain topics over the next couple of days, and kind of what level we have to start at, and all that kind of thing. This is a no pressure environment. I've heard several of you say today that you haven't shot matches before, that kind of thing. Nothing on the line here. No pressure to be doing anything crazy or anything you're not comfortable with, or certainly anything you can't do safely. We're just trying to see, hey, where are we at, right? So you're gonna have some targets to shoot, you're gonna have some places you're gonna have to go, a little bit of movement to do, nothing too crazy. Just stay with this first run, especially with what you can do with confidence and safety. I'll kind of give you a rundown on how we'll approach the stage here in a minute. The other big reason we're kind of start with the stage is I'm gonna be asking you guys by the end of the day tomorrow to be executing on some pretty high level ideas and techniques on the stage. And to do that, for those of you that haven't shot stages before, I've simply got to get some stages under your belt before we're kind of ready to do that by the end of the day tomorrow. Just kind of kill the nerves and get you kind of used to what it's like getting up in front of everybody and shooting a stage and that kind of thing, right? So that's the idea. We're going to run through the stage, and we'll get over here and get into our first real block down here on the main firing line in a little bit. But for now, you're going to need guns and bullets and eyes and ears, and we'll circle up and I'll meet you over on the stage here in a few minutes. When you shoot an alpha, you get 5 points, 3 points for a Charlie, 1 point for a Delta, right? We add up your total time, your total points there, and it's your points divided by your time to figure out how many points per second did you score. That's what hit factor is, points per second. You'll notice that time is pretty dang important, right? So if we look at our first couple here, as an example, Paul, right, 24:40, 6 Charlies, right? Now Carl after that had 11 Charlies and a Mike, but he's like 7 seconds faster. So you've got a 422 versus a 447. So even though he had a Mike and a bunch of Charlies more, his hit factor is actually slightly better because of how much time he saved on that run, right? So your time is super important. Now, one of the criticisms you'll get on occasion for hit factor is like, well, the problem with hit factor is, you can be, quote unquote, I'm not roasting anybody, but super sloppy on the hits, but be really fast and get a good score. Or you can be slow and careful, but get good points and you'll be the same. And it's like, well, only if nobody really good's there. Because if somebody good's there, they're going to be fast and accurate. And that's the only way you're going to get as good of a score as they get, is by being really fast and really accurate. You have to have both. So the cool thing about hit factor is it does account for both speed and accuracy. But if you want a really good score, it forces you to have both. It's kind of the idea, right? So obviously being as efficient as you can, solving the problems as efficiently as you can, being fast, if you will, but also, right, really hold yourself accountable for those points. Now, I think that a lot of times we look at a scoreboard like this, especially when you're new, and sometimes the lessons we take away from it are wrong. In other words, let's say that you are, in some cases, we have a spread here of 20 seconds from the slowest to the fastest currently, right? And you're sitting there looking at that scoreboard, and you're like, man, how do I shoot 20 seconds faster? Well, you don't. It's almost never the shooting. Why? Think about on these close targets, right? What do you think the slowest splits we saw on those targets were? Maybe a 30. What are the fastest we've seen so far?
20.
20s. I don't think we've seen teens yet. Maybe we did and I missed it. But let's say, I mean, it's like the extreme spread on that was a 1/10. We got 10 targets out there. If you save a 1/10 on each one, you've saved 1 second. 1 on splits. And that's a big delta. Going a 1/10 of a second faster on every single split, that's a big difference, right? You're never going to shoot 20 seconds faster. So, man, where did the 20 seconds come from? It's all time in between the shooting. What I'm going to try to do here, I'm going to shoot it really quickly. I call this a slow splits demo. I'm going to try to keep everything above a 20, right? So, like, no what I would consider fast splits at all. I don't want that, because sometimes when you see shooters that have fast splits shoot, you're like, well, that's how you get faster. And it's really not the lesson here at all.
Because it sounds fast.
Because it sounds fast, right? And it feels fast when you're doing it, by the way. Even if it takes a long time to do it, in terms of your stage plan, it feels really fast and aggressive to shoot those fast splits. I'm going to try to keep the splits slow the whole time. The main thing I'm going to try to do is basically stay shooting the whole time as much as I can. Try to shrink down any time on the clock where no shooting is happening, and try to stay shooting the whole time. Hopefully that'll kind of come across what I mean there. I got it. And you'll kind of be able to tell the difference here at the end, and we'll see how the times stack up. I haven't actually walked the stage, but I think I have a good idea of where everything is.
Are you going to do a reload regardless?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's what, 23 rounds, I think, on the stage. Is that right? I have 23 rounds in the gun. So I'll throw a reload in there for sure, just for that safety factor. And we'll see how it goes. Huh. Okay, got it. Here we go. Okay, time's 14:04. We'll check on the points here in a minute. I have a good feeling about it. Shooting that slow and careful, right? 14:04. What did you notice there that you think made the big difference on time? Was it fast shooting? No. What were the splits? Let's see. Last one was a 29, 29, 39, 26, 25, 90. That was probably a transition. 37, 37, 27, 26, 30, 43. So managed to keep this all the splits above 25. For me, that felt like I'm absolutely crawling. Like it's very slow. And yet, it's 3 seconds faster than the next fastest run. Why? What'd you notice? Anything?
Your gun's up into position as you get there.
Kept moving. Shrinking down that time, basically in between the shooting. Now, don't get me wrong. I want you to shoot fast also. We're about to work on that for most of the day. So we're going to work on that piece too. Right? If you can be efficient on the stage and combine that with shooting fast, now you really have something. But when you see the big deltas, right, what I don't want to happen is when you see you're 20 seconds behind to go, man, I can't shoot that much faster. No duh. Of course you can't. It's a bunch of other stuff we're going to work on over the next couple of days, right? That it's basically like super simple stuff. I didn't run super hard. I didn't do anything like crazy athletic in there, right? I'm just blending the positions together, staying shooting the whole time. Stuff that everybody here, right, has the physical raw materials to do that run I just did, right? And so we'll work towards that over the next couple of days. Make sense, everybody? Question on that? Let's score and pace really quickly. We're not going to waste a whole lot of time. Obviously, again, that was super helpful. Thank you guys for going through that exercise with me. Kind of lets me know where everyone's at, the things we need to work on. Got some squared away shooters for the most part, right? So we're not going to waste a ton of time on some of the basics that you guys clearly have already covered, but I just want to hit a couple kind of points, make sure we're starting with a good baseline, and we'll dive into the meat and potatoes for today's stuff, right? So let's just start with the basics, right? So fundamentals of pistol marksmanship, right? What deserves to be on that list? What should we talk about? Grip. Yeah, we're going to talk about that a lot this morning, so let's save that one. What else? Vision. Okay, very good. What should we be doing with our eyes while we're shooting? First of all, do we have any iron sight shooters? I don't think we do, right? It's all optics from what I saw. Okay, so I can just say dot when talking about sights and no one's going to be mad at me, even though it doesn't really matter. It's the same thing. At least it's pretty much shooting the same way. What should we be doing with our eyes while we're shooting? Looking at the target. Why?
Because that's where you want to shoot. You gotta be target focused.
That's where you want the bullets to go. Yeah. Kind of important, right? Man, I like to say that the eyes are the steering wheel for the gun, right? The eyes are the only thing that tells the gun where to go. Now, you know, I have a vague idea where Rocky is right now. Can I look at Malik and point my gun over here? Yes. But can I point it at anything in particular? No, I cannot, right? Unless I'm looking at the thing, right? So as it turns out, man, I really think vision's probably one of the most underrated, you know, parts of shooting for sure, right? Especially when we're on close targets, right? Can I be dot focused or can I be front sight focused, especially when I'm shooting slowly, and still put rounds in the middle? Yes, right? Because I can stare at my dot, right? And man, if Steve's my target, like from here to here, I can stare at my dot, and I can stare at my fist right now, and I can still tell, is my fist in the middle of Steve or not? However, right, what if I'm doing a really aggressive target transition from Morgan to Steve, and I want to go 1, 2, bam? Well, if I want to shoot that way at the moment the gun lands, and have any hope of it being like an alpha and not a Charlie, how does the gun know specifically where to go? Only if my eyes are telling it where to go. Right? So we'll talk about target transitions later, right? How important it is to snap your eyes ahead of the gun to a specific spot on target where you want the gun to go. Think about now shooting even fast follow-up shots on that target. How do my hands know where to return the gun to in recoil? Well, if I'm watching the dot go up, they don't really have a whole lot of information about where to point the gun back to other than some kind of vague memory of where they were pointing a minute ago. Your vision's crucial for that recoil control piece as well, right? It's kind of like this. I'm looking in the middle of my target, the black paster. Dot kind of comes over, right? Covers that thing. And my eyes and my dot are here, and I press the trigger. Where's my dot going to go? Up. Now, it's going to go up so fast and so far that my eyes are not going to be able to stay connected to it the whole time. But what's very likely to happen if I'm staring at that dot as I press the trigger is like my eyes can get drug up on the target and kind of land up here somewhere, right? And now where's the dot likely to return to? Where I'm looking. It's not going to return it to somewhere else that I'm not looking, right? It's going to go back to where I'm looking, right? Your eyes not only are telling the gun where to go, but they represent what your intention is, that kind of subconscious process, right? When your gun's going off and you're returning the gun in recoil, are you consciously thinking through the process of bringing that gun back down on target? No, it just kind of happens, right? And what's a representation of your intention, right? Where you want that gun to return to is going to be where those eyes are looking. You know, it's funny. A lot of times we'll see guys that have that vertical stringing thing on target. We start shooting doubles and bill drills here in a minute. You'll have a guy that has, 4 out of 6 rounds dead center, and 2 of them are up high in the head box somewhere. And you'll say, well, what's the problem? And people love to say it's a timing issue. I pressed the trigger a little bit before the gun came back. And it's like, man, okay, maybe if you suck at recoil control, like really bad, right? But man, I can show you videos of me shooting in slow motion, like 13 splits. And man, it's kind of comical in the sense of I'll press the trigger, right? The slide comes back, it goes back forward, the gun settles, and then my finger goes, right, with the gun setting totally still. And it's a 13 split. That whole idea of resetting the trigger in recoil is a great way to think about it. It's not a real thing, right? Gun takes about 600ths to cycle. Man, outrunning that thing is very, very difficult. What's more likely happening there when you have those high flyers is, man, your eyes were getting drug up on the target, right? By that dot, by following your sights. And then therefore the gun returns back to where you're looking. So we'll talk more about that over the next couple of days as we see specific things. You'll see this, right? So one of our first shooters, I don't remember who, doesn't matter, but on that far right target, the first target you draw to, right? That's what? What do you think that guy's was, guys? 5-6 yard open target, something like that, right? One of the first shooters had a group like this. 2 rounds, almost touching, way over in the delta, low right. Great group, just in the wrong spot. What causes that? Is that a grip problem? Is that a trigger problem at 5 yards? No. That's just where he freaking looked. And therefore, that's where the bullets went, right? And so the vision as we're shooting is super important. What else? What else belongs in that list in terms of fundamentals pistol marksmanship? Economy of movement. Yeah, I think for performance pistol shooting, movement's a huge thing for sure. Not so much a marksmanship fundamental, right? We'll talk about that for sure tomorrow a lot. Trigger. Okay, so grip and trigger, right? Foundation, 100%. Again, we're going to work on that a lot this morning. Let's save those two. What'd you say?
Structure.
Structure. Yeah, we'll kind of include that in grip a little bit in terms of like what your arms and shoulders doing, that kind of thing. Okay. What else? Anything?
I think your consistency with what you're doing.
Yeah, whatever you're doing, you want to do it the same way all the time. What other fundamentals are there? Someone's going to say it. Draw. Yeah, sure. Not so, again, not, definitely a fundamental skill of performance pistol shooting. Maybe not so much a marksmanship fundamental. Anybody going to say stance? How important is stance for pistol shooting?
Pretty important.
Pretty important? For what? What are we trying to accomplish with stance? Stability? Okay. Fair enough. Fair. What else?
That comes with the consistency of being able to deliver subsequent shots the same way.
So recoil control is empowered by stance?
I would say so.
It gives you the where to go next, the direction of where to start.
Ah, very good. We'll talk about that in a minute. Let's cover the recoil control piece first, really quickly, in terms of stance. This is the classic answer to stance, and it's how we normally think about how you should stand when running your pistol, right? What are all the class things we hear? Hey, man, got to have your feet shoulder width apart. Got to have your strong side foot drop to the rear to where your toes line up with your heel. You got to have that front knee bent a little bit, leaning, shifting that weight forward in the balls of your feet, leaning into the gun, all this kind of stuff to get good recoil control. Questions that I always have, right? Do you want to have good recoil control? First of all, how many times did I have a stance like that on the stage?
Very few.
Maybe once at the very last target, right? That's about it. It's about it. Do I want to be able to have good recoil control when I'm leaning around a wall or when I'm shooting on the move and only have 1 foot on the ground at a time? Yes. And is that possible? I would say yes. I'll make a quick example for you really quickly. Again, the idea here, guys, to me is like, man, okay, if that's what we call a good stance, everybody got eyes and ears? It's like, okay, is a stance like this a good stance? Everyone's going to say no, right? And to me, it's like, okay, well, if not, why not? Like, it works pretty good. Was the gun flipping around anywhere crazy? No. So I think it's very possible to have excellent recoil control when you're not in what we typically think of an optimal stance. In that case, even having 1 foot on the ground. Now, don't get me wrong. To your point, stability, someone said. Man, if I'm shooting a 25-yard bill drill, would I like to have a little bit better base? Yeah, for sure, right? Does it matter at all, shooting that 25-yard bill drill, if my base is this, or this, or this, or even this? No, not in the least, right? So what's the real priority then for stance? Someone said movement, 100%. Movement is a part of any practical shooting discipline, right? I always want to be ready to move, whether it's because I need to get to the next position in a hurry in the case of a stage, whether it's because, hey, man, something might happen in the middle of me shooting that means that I should not be here right now. Hey, there's rounds coming my way. I need to get out of the way. I need to get off this spot in a hurry, that kind of thing. I want to be able to explosively leave whatever position that I'm in. I'll be honest with you. I can shoot super good like this. No problem, right? No problem. Am I set up to explosively leave somewhere right now if I need to? I would say no, right? I basically have two options. I can either step and kind of wait for gravity to start pulling me and now I can leave. Or more commonly, what we see a lot of people have a habit of doing out of every single position on a stage is saying, if I want to go this way, my first step is going to be that way actually. Right? I'm going to have to lower my center of gravity and actually sort of step this way in order to launch. And you say, man, that looks ridiculous. No one would ever do that. A lot of you do it every single time, out of every single position on the stage. And you'll start realizing that. And again, that's not a bad startle response, right? You're not going to catch me as I sit around having this conversation being like this all day, right? That would be really, really weird, uncomfortable, and fatiguing. But if you look at how folks are standing around the line right now, if all of a sudden I blew an air horn and said, run to the barrel, right? If you did that startle response into that drop step and then launch, that's not a bad startle response. But when I have the opportunity, I know I might need to leave, or I know for sure I do need to leave. What I would prefer to do is say, hey, man, every time the gun comes out of the holster, as a matter of habit, I would like to go into an athletic stance that prepares me to move. What does that look like? Some version of feet spread apart, knees bent, right? Why? Why those two things? Number one, when my knees are locked, the legs have no power. It's kind of like a hydraulic cylinder. When it's punched all the way out, there's no more pushing power. It has to be loaded to be able to push. But even if they're loaded, right, and my feet are close together, if my two legs push right now, they primarily push me where? Just straight up, right? When I get them spread apart, now I can use the articulation of those knees to actually drive me in a different lateral direction off the position where I am. So some version of feet spread apart, knees bent. Now, when we start doing our stand and deliver stuff, a lot of you will find like, man, this feels super weird to be standing here shooting like this. Yes, why? Because this isn't what you normally do, right? It's not what you normally do. It's not your habit. The more you make it your habit, even for stand and deliver stuff, man, when the guns come out of the holster, I'm just going to get in that loaded athletic stance, ready to move. The more you do that, obviously the more comfortable it'll become, and the more of a habit it will be. If you do find, because this is actually, believe it or not, a very common problem for Americans, that you can't literally stand like this for very long until your legs start getting wobbly and fatigued, there is this thing called the gym that will help that considerably, right? Okay. Let's go back to what we kind of said we were going to save, grip and trigger. Let's think about it from a grip standpoint first of all. We talked about the way we kind of approach this stuff is not by saying, what are my goals? Hey, get high and tight, that kind of thing. That's technique ideas. But what are the results that I want? How do I want the gun to behave as a result of a good grip? What do you guys think? What's the gun behavior I'm looking for if I have a good grip versus a bad grip? What's the difference going to be?
You want to recoil in a predictable manner.
Okay, so recoil control. We're going to actually save that one. Let's create a big bucket called the recoil control, and we'll put everything recoil control related into that. What else do I want out of a good grip?
You want your grip consistent, repeatable, where off the draw and a reload feels the same.
Yes, so that's not a gun behavior thing, but whatever grip I decide to have to get the gun behavior that I want, obviously I want it to be the same all the time. So it's a good principle for grip, not necessarily a gun behavior I'm looking for. It's not a result I'm looking for.
Trigger.
What do you mean? Expand.
Be able to work the trigger fast.
Be able to work the trigger fast
Without squeezing.
without squeezing.
The strong hand.
Let's say without moving the gun. Yes, very important. I need to be able to press trigger without moving the gun. Tell me something. How hard is it, at the ranges we're working on, how hard is it to put your dot in the middle of a target? Not very hard. And yet none of us shot all alphas. Right? Some of that may be a patience issue, but it turns out being able to press trigger without moving the gun is pretty dang important when it comes to especially accuracy at speed. So first of all, if that's a problem, what's actually going on? If the gun is moving when I press the trigger, what's the problem that's happening?
You're influencing its behavior
How so?
by putting too much pressure one side or the other, or your support hand isn't doing anything.
Okay, putting too much pressure one side or the other might cause the problem, but what specifically am I doing wrong that's causing the gun to move when I press the trigger?
Weak grip.
Weak grip, again, could be a cause, like a root problem.
Pressure with your fingers.
What do you mean?
3 fingers here.
So it's changing. Here's an exercise you guys can do really quickly, right? If you hold your firing hand out kind of in a relaxed fashion like so, I want you to put your trigger finger on your thumbnail, as if your thumbnail was the face of your trigger, right? And just start pressing that trigger nice and fast, like it was a bill drill, right? And as you press it, I want you to watch what the other 3 fingers in your firing hand are doing. You notice how they're moving some? Almost everybody, I'm looking around, I'm seeing lots of movement, right? Why? Because our hands are wired that way. They're kind of tied together. It's very difficult for us to isolate just that one thing without some, pressure change happening in the rest of the hand. Now, if I do that on the gun, right, and as I go to press the trigger, as I press the trigger, these fingers are going like this, right, on the grip of the gun. Is that going to translate into some movement in the sights? 100%. Right? So I want to find the best trigger finger isolation that I can. In other words, be able to just move the trigger without the rest of the hand getting involved, but also, if there's any input left over, do anything I can with my grip to kind of secure that, lock that in, and not allow the gun to move. What in the world does this have to do with my grip? What can I do with grip to try and make sure that when I press the trigger aggressively at speed, the gun doesn't move?
You have the sufficient amount of pressure from your firing hand, and you have more pressure with your support hand.
So let's start with the support hand thing, right? What in the world does support hand have to do with it?
that's what's actually controlling your recoil.
Sure. Yep. But
Pressure to the other hand.
sure. I think about it like this, right? If I was to take my pistol, right, and lock it down in a bench vise, okay, and I stick a screwdriver through here and start whacking on that screwdriver with a hammer, that would be really sloppy trigger control, right? And yet, the gun would put all the bullets in the same hole. Why? Bench vise isn't letting the pistol move. Now, am I ever going to fully replicate a bench vise with my support hand? I am not. Am I going to get as close as I can? Yes. Right. Again, not a whole lot about grip is universally agreed upon, amongst top shooters. But if there's one thing that's really close, you need to be crushing the gun with your support hand, right? 100%. I want the best lockdown of the pistol that I can get with that support hand, which is a direct result of contact surface area. In other words, how much of my hand is actually touching the gun, and then pressure, right? How much pressure can I put into the gun, right? We'll talk about a couple things there as we go. I want the best lockdown that I can with that support hand. What should I do with the firing hand? What can I adjust with the firing hand to find better trigger finger isolation?
Hold it tight enough to where it's secure.
Okay.
But not to where it's making you inadvertently put input into the gun.
I think you're on the right track, right? I'll say it in less words and a little bit less specifically than that. Modulate firing hand tension. I would not assume to tell you exactly how much pressure you should put on the gun with that firing hand. What I will say universally is that changes in your firing hand tension, in other words, how hard you're gripping the gun, absolutely has an impact for every shooter on your ability to press the trigger without pressures changing in the rest of the hand. Now, I think that everyone's wired a little bit differently, right? You go say Ben Steger, right? Hey, man, I'm shooting the left. What's he going to tell you to do? Relax that firing hand more, right? You go tell Mike Seeklander the same thing. He's going to say grip harder. Why? Those two guys' hands are wired differently, right? To Rocky's, thing, this can also be too much of a good thing, right? If you find that, too much firing hand tension is bad for you, obviously, that doesn't mean you want zero firing hand tension, right? You might need at least a bare minimum kind of amount, but any more than that you find is a problem, right? Everyone's going to find kind of a different idea of how hard I should be gripping the gun with that firing hand to give me the best trigger finger isolation as possible, to where I can just move that trigger finger and the rest of the hand isn't changing pressures or providing any more input into the gun, right?
Did that include different tension on different fingers? For example, like
yes,
tensioning more on the pinky finger than or this side of the hand than the other side?
It could, right? So the things I'm talking about so far are kind of universal, right? You'll find all kinds of weird stuff individually, right? As an example, hey man, I find that yes, obviously if I'm gripping too hard with the firing hand, I can't move that trigger finger too much. But what I find specifically is that my middle finger and my trigger finger are really tied in together, to where if I'm putting like any pressure with the middle finger, then I have problems with the trigger. But I can actually grip pretty hard with the pinky and the ring finger as long as my middle finger is relaxed. As an example, right? You could find stuff like that. You can find things about, hey man, if I press from that first knuckle, I can do that really well without the rest of the fingers moving. But if I curl from that first knuckle, the rest of the hands want to follow, right? You'll find weird stuff like that that's individual to you that you can experiment with for sure. But the two bulk principles that we're going to start with: best lockdown on the gun I can possibly get with the support hand, and modulating firing hand tension to find the proper tensions for you with the firing hand to give you the best trigger finger isolation that you can find. That makes sense so far? Yes.
Do you find that it's a good generalization to say that like carrying tension through your shoulders will directly affect the pressures that you're putting on your firing hand? Something I observed for myself, I noticed that when I'm putting too much tension on my firing hand, I often will start to notice it and feel it in my shoulders, like I'm putting too much upper body tension as well, trying to grip too tight.
Yes and no. Yes and no, right? So, some people, Rocky, will literally talk about, hey man, if I grip hard with my support hand, my firing hand does the same thing. And it's like, yes, okay, are those two related? It's related. Is it possible to crush the gun with the support hand and have zero tension in the firing hand? Also, yes. Right? So, do I think it's possible to grip hard and not have shoulder tension? Yes. Is it difficult? Also, yes. Right? So, those things can be related, but they're not like forcibly related where there's nothing you can do about it. Right? So, I absolutely think that you can grip really hard with the support hand and be able to just like totally have relaxed shoulders at the same time. That is possible. It just requires kind of work and attention. Does that make sense? If I want to assess your ability to press the trigger really quickly without moving the gun, what I should probably get you to do is to press the trigger really quickly and see if the gun moves. Okay, so basically here's what we're going to do. The start position for this first exercise, you are going to start with the gun out, right? Sights on target, right in the middle of your black paster. I'm going to ask you to have your finger just kind of touching, resting on the trigger a little bit, just kind of where you know where it is. No pressure, no prep, right? For right now, we're not going to do that. All I want you doing is just touching that trigger so you kind of, again, know where it is. On the beep of your timer, right? All you're literally going to do is press trigger as fast as you possibly can, and we'll see what happens to the gun. If I do this incorrectly, I'm going to point the gun this way, just kind of get where you can see the gun. If I do this incorrectly, you'll see this kind of deal with the muzzle. Well, it would help if I turn my timer on. It would look like this. Right, we see that kind of dip in the muzzle, right, as I kind of clench down with the whole hand. What I'm looking to try to do is get to the point where I can press that trigger on the beep, and there's just no perceivable movement as I press that trigger to the rear. Does that kind of make sense? I'll give you a couple live fire examples just so you have an idea what this will look like. So we'll start dry, but just to give you an idea what this looks like, when you hear the stand by command, that's going to be your signal to go ahead and get your gun out of the holster, build your grip, get your dot on target, have that finger just resting on the trigger, ready to go. So you'll hear stand by, we'll come out and be in this ready position, ready to go. On the beep of the timer, 0.18, 0.17, 0.20, right? I read those times just to say, really the idea is I want you to press the trigger as fast as you can. Everyone's reaction time is a little bit different. There are some guys that I've literally seen, Donovan as an example. Some of you guys mentioned Donovan earlier from a prep, can do this like somewhat consistently under a 10th. Reaction time is insane. Mine's not quite that good. I always say that kind of in terms of a standard, I want that shot breaking in under a quarter of a second, just because I really haven't ever found anybody that with some practice can't get it going that fast, right? But the idea is, as soon as you hear that break in the silence from the beep, snatching that trigger to the rear as fast as you can. We're going to do this dry again to start with. Everyone should be dry already. And all I want you paying attention to is as you press the trigger, what does the dot do? The dot is going to scream at you if you are putting any input into the gun, right? Because you're going to see that dot leaving that center spot, right? Obviously on target. We're going to start with your kind of normal baseline for right now. I'm going to kind of pay attention to your grip, see how it's going for everybody. We'll do a number of reps real quick, just dry, right? So again, stand by, fingertips on the trigger on the beep, just snatch to the rear, watch what the dot does. Go ahead and rack your slide and reset, come back out, we'll go again. We'll do a few like that, which is kind of your normal grip. Again, the heads up on the pop quiz is going to be, what is your dot doing when you press the trigger? That's going to be the question for you. Once you kind of pay attention to that, we'll hear your kind of responses, we'll talk through it, talk about things to tweak and work on for the follow-up runs, and then we'll kind of work through it. Make sense? Okay, very good. Let's get on the line, please.
I got a J.
A J, like what, down to the right?
Yeah, well, down and then like the
Down to the left. Yes, okay, down to the left. What else?
kind of cup go up.
Up, actually.
Some down.
Some down. Straight down, pretty much.
It was different. One was a loop, one was down right, so kind of inconsistent.
Right. What else?
First couple ones, I was getting a down left and then upright diagonal.
Okay. Some left. So it's funny, all kinds of things can happen. Again, let's assume that the problem is as I'm pressing the trigger, I'm sort of giving extra input to the gun and it's happening with the whole hand. If I have pretty big hands and a decently small grip and my fingers kind of wrap around the grip like so, right? And all of a sudden I grip harder with the whole hand. Where's the gun going to probably go? Low left. What if I have a little bit smaller hands or a little bit bigger grip and my fingers kind of fit the gun maybe more like this? And now I do the same thing. Where's the gun going now? Maybe straight right. What if I'm not changing pressures with the whole hand, right? What if, like we said before, my trigger finger and my middle finger are really tied in and I'm just squeezing with that middle finger? Maybe it's kind of going up, right? What if I'm one of those fancy shooters that likes to shoot with my pinky, like not doing anything? right? In other words, it's maybe on the gun, but there's no pressure in the pinky. And then when I go to press the trigger, it's like, hey, I need something to do. And it snatches in. Where's it going now? Maybe straight down. So I can see the dot do all sorts of different things. However, the problem is basically the same. Input is changing in the firing hand as I press that trigger, right? And therefore, the solution's the same. So I'm going to give you two things to think about on this next rep as we go through. Support hand, right? Obviously, number one, make sure you're actually gripping that gun nice and hard with the support hand. I'm seeing a lot of pretty relaxed grips there. Again, do I want to be gripping so hard that I start seeing the like Parkinson's shake thing happening on the gun? Not so much, right? So back off a little bit before that. But it would be good when you bring the gun up, like grip so hard that you actually see that shake start to occur, and then back it off a little bit. Now, that'll kind of remind you what it feels like to actually grip hard, right? Second thing, let's think about support hand position a little bit. Again, my connection to the gun with the support hand is a result of contact surface area and pressure, right? So how much skin on gun is actually happening? I'll give you a couple examples here. Let's say that I have a grip that looks, I'm seeing this a little bit from some folks, something like this, okay? This may look super fine from your perspective until I open my hand up, and hopefully you can kind of see, like, my support hand isn't actually touching the gun anywhere. It's just on top of my fingers. It's not actually on the gun, right? And so now when I squeeze, there's really no connection of skin on gun. So what you kind of want to do is be like, okay, my firing hand can only really go in one spot. But with what's left over on the grip, right, where do I have room to actually put skin on gun with that support hand and actually get really good connection to the gun that way? Secondly, when we think about pressure, sometimes the position of the support hand can really impact how much pressure you're able to apply. As an example, what do you think the strongest fingers are? Not the thumb. What's the strongest fingers in your hand? Middle followed by index, right? Middle followed by index. So let me ask you this question. If I have a grip that looks something like this, how much clamping pressure am I able to put into the grip right now with that index finger? None. It's basically doing nothing for me. It's just chilling up there, hanging out. Right? Now, this is different, by the way, for those of you that are kind of in the know, than this, right? Which some of the best shooters in the world do. That's a whole push-pull thing. That's something entirely different. But this, right, is just basically taking that index finger out of the fight. So if you find yourself doing this kind of deal, right, something like that, I'm seeing a lot, you may think about, hey, if I actually pull that index finger back onto the grip, right, am I able now to put like 30% more pressure into the grip by adjusting that position, right? A couple things you can think about there. So when you come out, pay attention to that support hand. May tweak a couple things with a couple folks individually, but there's a couple things to think about. From there, yes, sir, sorry.
What about elbow? Because I see some shooters, they do the pressure of the hands, some friction, but then they also do sort of like this, flare to sort of like clamp even more.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about the elbow positioning when it comes to recoil control quite a bit. I wouldn't say there's universally right or wrong thing. When we get to recoil control, I think we'll see that I think it's important to be symmetrical with the elbows. So if I'm going to do anything with the elbows, I wouldn't want to just do one and not the other one. I want them to kind of be symmetrical so that the gun has an even path to kind of follow there. You can definitely apply some pressure there. I think what most top shooters these days are getting away from that, using those elbows to really, and part of that is because, man, it's really hard on your tendons. Over time, you end up getting tennis elbow and like all kind of like weird things, overuse injuries from doing that. And in the end, it's not really that much of a benefit. I do a little bit of camming front to back. So in other words, I'm kind of locking those front fingers in and squeezing the palms together, to get pressure in towards the back, but not really specifically up or down for me personally. So we're thinking about the support hand, right? From there, I want you to start experimenting firing hand pressure, right? Now we're going to go through the full range. So what I want you to do to start with is back off that firing hand so far you think it can't possibly be correct. Like do nothing, no pressure, just like dead fish it on the gun, okay? And pressure, whenever you set a pressure, do at least 2 to 3 reps with it because it's always going to be weird the first couple times, right? Give it at least 2 to 3 reps to get a feel for how that works. Just see, hey, with no pressure firing hand, when I press the trigger, what does the gun do, right? From there, add 10%. Do a few reps like that. Add 10%. And kind of go through the range until you've got like a full crush grip and try to see if there's a sweet spot for you where you have the best ability to just move that trigger finger and nothing else in the hand moves. Make sense? Okay. First, look at kind of target diagnostics, okay? As we're looking at this in exploration mode, what I'm mainly looking at is not like how many alphas you shot or even how big your group is, to be totally honest, right? If we start doing this exercise and we do it the same way, but we back up, what's going to happen to your group? It's going to get bigger. Now, what I would hope, though, is that it would expand concentrically around my point of aim. In other words, if I'm doing everything consistently behind the gun, I should get a kind of a round group that just expands centered on my point of aim. That's where bullseyes come from, right? If anything else happens other than that, in other words, instead of going like this, it goes like over here somewhere. It's like, okay, that's an inconsistent input that I'm putting into the gun, which is pushing it off of that point of aim, right? So let's see if we have a good example of this. Perfect, right? Target number 9. If you want to kind of come down to where you can kind of see, right? So as I look at this target, it would be so freaking easy to try not to get right in front of the camera if you can avoid it, to look at this target and be like, yeah, man, I am awesome at shooting. Haha. I mean, that's literally like a thumb-sized group, 100% alphas, really close to the center. Awesome. And you could walk off the line and not learn a thing from this target. That's what I'm trying to get you to stop doing, right? I want to see, what is the trend? Is there a variance in between where I was aiming and where the shots are trending? Can we see a trend on this target? A little bit to the right, maybe a little bit low, right? Very, very subtle. But hey, if we go back to 15 yards right now, what's that group going to do? It's going to be over here. It's going to be over here. Why wouldn't I take note of that even this close before I start backing up and throwing rounds all the way off the target and work on bringing that back into actual center where I'm actually hitting where I'm aiming, right? That's the whole idea here. This is not a standard thing. It's not like, hey, you shoot all alphas in 2 seconds thing. It is can this target tell me anything about my inputs into the gun, right? What about 11? Can we see a trend there?
Low.
Yep, dipping straight low. Dipping straight low, right? Let's see if we have anything a little bit different. Okay. Let me mention 8 really quickly. So what's really tempting on a target like this is to walk up and be like, hey, man, why did that happen? Right? The worst round. Okay, that's like way off. That's the one I care about the least. Why? Because it's an anomaly. It's not a part of the trend. I don't even know whose target this is, but I feel extremely confident that this shooter saw and felt that happen. Maybe they jumped it. Maybe they missed the timer. Something weird happened. They saw and felt that happen, and they were like, yep, don't do that again. And guess what? It didn't happen again. Therefore, do we need to talk about it? No. So again, I'm going to pretend that doesn't exist because that's the anomaly. Now, what's the trend? That's what I care about on target, right? Not sure if there's anything else super interesting. Here's one last question for you guys. Is the trend that you see on your target, does that match up with the behavior of the dot you were seeing in dry fire, or is it different? Matches? Anybody different? No. Good.
Maybe a shot or two.
Occasionally, right? But the trend is the same, right? Occasionally, that won't be the case. Why might you see, when you go back to live fire, a little bit of a different trend on target from what you were seeing in dry fire? Okay, so because I know the gun's actually going to go off now, I'm doing something different, right? It's like, okay, I got to take note of that. I'm doing something different. I changed my process. Can I now go back and find that process that was working for me really well in dry fire and replicate it, even with the recoil happening? Now I know the gun's going to go off, right? So that's a super good thing to take a note of. An exercise like this, I feel like the vast majority of the benefit you're going to get from it is dry. Because when it's dry, you can actually see and feel what the gun does when you press that trigger. Whereas when it's live, like, man, that explosion goes off in front of your face, and you're like, how did that round get over there? Like, the dot was there. I know it was, and the round went over there somehow. How did that happen, right? Like, you don't see and feel it happen. Way harder for you to perceive what's going on there. So it's really beneficial to do it dry. But every once in a while, I'm going to check it live and just make sure that the results kind of match up, right? That I'm not kind of fooling myself. Because the other thing that can happen is, maybe I'm not doing anything different, but maybe when I was doing it dry, either I wasn't paying enough attention, frankly, and noticing the issues that were happening, or I was maybe lying to myself. I was giving myself a little bit too much credit, right? I was kind of lying to myself with the results that I was seeing and maybe just how far the dot is moving and that kind of thing. So good to check it live to make sure the results kind of match up and there's not a variance there. But the vast majority of the benefit is going to be dry. Make sense so far? Anybody seen anything weird on their target they don't understand or know how to work on so far? Okay, very good. We came all the way back to 15. About triple the difficulty. With an exercise like this, there is no correct distance to be doing it from, right? So how do you pick a distance? Well, you want to pick a distance. Again, the whole point is failure. You are already hopefully pressing the trigger as fast as you can, right? Some of you had good enough groups on target, it was like difficult for you to perceive a trend at all, right? Therefore, you're wasting time, right? So that's when it's time to back up to a distance where the shot group spread out enough that you can start to detect issues and actually work on those trends. So you're going to always be, for something like this, picking a distance where you can see those issues and work on them. The correct distance is not the same for everybody, but we're in a class, so we're all going to work from the same line, right? So it is what it is. Again, the point here is not I want you shooting all alphas. It's not if you shoot some Charlies, you failed. It is, can I see the trend on target in terms of are my rounds going somewhere trending off from my point of aim? And is there anything with my grip that I can do to kind of tune that in a little bit, right? I'm going to give you just kind of a quick example here. The only interesting thing here is going to be that I'm going to do it exactly the same way with no difference, right? So in other words, I'm going to really fight the urge to slow down, right? I'm not going to try to be more careful. Nothing's going to change. Press and trigger exactly the same way, fully expecting that my group is going to expand, right? I'm not going to probably put every single round in the paster from back here, right? But what I'm hoping is that it'll still be concentric, if you will, around my point of aim. So for me, that would kind of look like this. Point 12, point 20, point 18. So still kind of those high teens type times we were seeing before. I think the slowest one was a 20. Again, press and trigger exactly the same way. Full expecting the group to be a little bit bigger, but basically concentric on that point of aim, trying to look for any trends, continuing to experiment with the grip a little bit. I'll add in a layer, quick layer for you to think about as we do this rep from back here as well. I like to think about this in terms of hand focus, okay? A lot of times as we're shooting, 100% of your mental bandwidth is involved in putting that dot in the middle of your target, the aiming process. Again, especially in a slow fire, if you will, context like this, how hard is it to put your dot in the middle of the target? Doesn't take a whole lot of focus or effort, correct? What is really hard is pressing the trigger this way at speed without moving the gun. So that's what the focus is. I want 100% of your mental bandwidth for this focused on what am I feeling in the firing hand as I press the trigger, right? And a lot of times when you really focus on what the firing hand is feeling as you press the trigger, you'll start to notice things. Like you'll just feel that gun go, ugh, as you press the trigger, you'll be like, oh, that was wrong. Don't do that. And just simply observing the issue and actually noticing it is enough to fix it. So think about that hand focus, right? Really putting that mental bandwidth, if you will, into what is my firing hand feeling as I press the trigger for these reps. Make sense? Yes, sir.
When you're self-diagnosing, I was saying we were doing this ourselves in practice. Like,
Yep.
At this distance, sometimes like the question that I have for myself is if I just shot that group that you just did without being 100% certain of what my input was, is it highly likely that that's just where my dot was when I broke the shot, just because of instability of where the dot is the further you get back?
How could you tell that?
That's what I'm asking you. What's the best way to tell that? Like, you know, it's like, so you say like...
So you're always going to have some wobble zone. You're always going to have some wobble zone, right? Should my wobble zone, in other words, my inability to hold the gun perfectly still, be any different with this exercise versus slow fire? No, it's the same. So what if I just did some slow fire, right? Press and trigger nice and careful, see what my group size is. And is it different than that or is it the same? Right? That'll tell you the delta there between like what is your wobble zone actually doing versus what's like trigger movement. But also to your point, like it requires you to pay attention. So on occasion, I notice that my dot's going over here, and then I hear the beep, and I go, bam! Well, yeah, that's not a trigger problem. I was following the dot to the wrong spot. So it also certainly requires you to be paying attention and be noticing, hey, where was the dot when I pressed the trigger? By the way, when I pressed the trigger, did I see my dot lift straight from that spot, or did it go right as I moved it somewhere and then it left from somewhere else? The more you can learn to start paying attention and perceiving those little things as they happen, the more you'll be able to just immediately diagnose like what's happening. Does that make sense? It's certainly a difficult process sometimes for sure to know, hey, the problem could be one of three things, and like which one is it, and figuring out which one it is. And sometimes it's like, okay, how do I isolate one thing in particular? Can I just try something, see if that's different? No, that didn't fix it. Let me try this thing, see if it fixes it. Nope, let me try this thing and see if it fixes it. Right? That kind of a thing.
I feel like it's, for me personally, it's easier for me to try to get better diagnostics from like let's say 10, and between that 5 and 10. As I get to 15 and back up further, I start losing of what I can justify of paying attention to, like focusing on what the dot's doing or paying attention to what my hands are doing, and whether that was an input thing or a vision thing.
Sure. You have to get to a point eventually where you can do all of it, though, if you want to be successful at distance, right? And it's also up to, hey, if you can detect a trend at 7 yards and you can continue to work on your grip at 7 yards, then yeah, don't do it at 25. There's no need, right? But at a certain point, like if you're at 7 yards and you're putting all the rounds in the paster, what do I change about my grip? I have no idea. So I have to go back farther, right? And at a certain point, you've just got to start breaking those thresholds to even start seeing those variances happen, right? So for me, if I was, doing this in live fire at the range, I'd probably be back at 25, right? Just so I can see more. Does that make sense? Any other questions on that piece? Okay, so we're going back again, paying attention to really that hand focus element. What are we feeling in the firing hand? Here in a second, I'm going to have you unload and show clear. We'll do a few reps dry again, right? You're going to be able to see a lot more from back here at 15 in terms of how much the gun moves. So pay attention to what you're seeing from back here. Again, like a good goal to have for right now. Try to keep that dot, inside the A zone from 15 as you smash the trigger, if you can, and work through that grip process to kind of achieve that. Make sense? Okay, so again, we're just trying to identify trends here, right, on the target. What I don't really care about so much is like anomalies and stuff. I'm trying to say, what is specifically the trend that I'm seeing, if there is one, on target? Let's look at target number 5. What do you guys notice? Again, like, to me, what's the biggest anomaly here? Yeah, so ignore this. All right, what's the trend?
Up and to the right.
Maybe up. There is, in fact, at least one or two that are low, but it's as a whole going up more for sure, right? So again, I'm going to think about, hey, what's going on, right? Again, it can only be pressures changing as pressing the trigger in that firing hand. And so no matter where the trend is, I'm going to really think about what can I do to isolate the trigger finger better, just moving the trigger finger by itself and getting the best support hand lockdown that I can, right? But we're really just working on kind of identifying the trends here to start with. What about 4? Again, you got one anomaly to the right, but primarily left, if not low left, kind of the classic, right? Again, 100% alphas. Don't care, right? I'm really trying to pay attention to what is the trend if I can identify it at all. 3, what do we see? 3? High left on that one, right? What about 1? Really not left or right, just high, right? So we're just kind of going through, kind of identifying those trends, noticing those things, trying to pay attention to what is happening as press trigger that is going to cause that. From 15, is the trend you're seeing on your target the same or different from what you were seeing dry? Same? Still same? What are you saying? Different? Different. How so? What were you seeing dry? Which one's yours?
9.
9? What were you seeing dry?
Dry was sitting slightly to the right of the paster and like a hair below it.
Okay, interesting. So maybe more like this one?
Yeah, other than that one flyer.
Going straight up.
I saw once or twice there's 2 straight up in the middle. I saw the dot move as
you press?
went through the trigger.
Yeah.
And I tried to change my grip a little bit and it pulled it a little back down.
Yeah, so again, if we're seeing different behavior, it's so funny. Sometimes we'll be shooting a drill and somebody will miss or something and be like, oh, that was me. I'm like, yeah, no, of course it was. It's all you, man. Like, the gun's doing the same thing every time. If you're seeing different behavior, it's because you're doing something different. Something in your input to the gun changed. Your grip pressure changed, grip position changed, the way you're pressing the trigger changed. Something, So I got to figure out what changed, right? And kind of refine that process. I saw some hands go up.
I did.
What you got?
So I was looking at this. So if you had to assess this, what would you think this is?
So
I think I know what it is.
3.
Yes, sir.
So again, it's not a universal answer. However, whenever I see an uptrend, I'm always highly suspicious of middle finger input. So
Forehand or weekend?
firing hand.
I'm sorry, firing.
So as you press the trigger, like that support hand is kind of that middle finger is pressure is changing and kind of milking that up. So you might think about like specifically relaxing that middle finger more,
Okay.
trying to get that less involved in the grip. You could also think about adding pressure low in the grip, like grip harder with the pinky in the firing hand.
Okay.
So not the whole hand, but what did you think it was?
I was thinking maybe I was losing pressure on my support hand because
Could-
I started to shoot to the left.
So
But
So here's the thing, right? You know, some instructors will teach it that way. Like, hey, man, if you're moving the gun and you press the trigger, the problem is your support hand. And it's like, okay, can the support hand cover up the problem, right? If I'm giving some input to the gun with the firing hand, can the support hand help lock the gun down and not allow it to move? Yes. Was the support hand the reason the gun was moving? No. And the support hand's not moving the gun when I press the trigger, right? That's the firing hand. So could improving support hand grip help that not be as bad? Yeah, 100%. Is it the problem? No. Like there's some input that's changing the firing hand as you press the trigger to cause the gun to move. Does that make sense?
yes,
Cool.
I got you.
What you got, bro?
So I'm trending low right.
Okay.
And my assumption is, because I was trying to adjust,
You're
is
8?
that maybe, that maybe I'm putting too much pressure now on my support hand. That's maybe making the gun go to the right. I don't know. Or could this be just a 0 issue?
So as long as your support hand pressure is static, in other words, it's not changing, more or less squeezing pressure with the support hand does not steer the gun one way or the other.
Okay.
Like I can sit here and I can squeeze harder or less, and my thumb is not going left or right. Right? Still aim in the same spot. Now, if as I press the trigger, my support hand goes like this to try to, return it in recoil or something, could that move the gun to the left? 100%. Right?
But that's after the bullet's already.
That's maybe.
Okay.
Right? If you're kind of expecting when that gun's going to go off and you start doing it just a hair before, right? Kind of that anticipation idea. Can you move the gun before it goes off? Yes, 100%, right? Because you control when the gun goes off and you know when that's going to happen. So that can happen. But as long as your support hand is static, again, the pressure's not changing, then it's not going to be like moving the gun around. That can only happen if you like start gripping harder or looser like during the firing process. Does that make sense? So
like fish hooking with the trigger finger, like if you pull it to the right, you might pull the gun to the right.
Interesting, right? So this is the classic explanation for moving the gun press trigger. Hey man, you didn't pull the trigger straight. Well, number one, the trigger only goes one direction, right? Now, to be fair, let's say I get behind a bolt gun and I'm shooting at 500 yards, right? Could I like press the trigger sideways or like to your point, fish hook it to where I move the gun an MOA or 2? 100%. Yes, absolutely. If I move your pistol 1 MOA as you're shooting, are you ever going to notice? No, absolutely not, right? So my experience, right, man, putting like directional pressure with the trigger finger itself is almost nobody's problem ever. Like in reality, it's almost always pressures changing the firing hand, like in the other fingers as you press the trigger, that are really moving the gun. Does that make sense? Yes, sir.
To piggyback off of John's target, like
Which one?
What
Okay.
is your expectation at 15 yards, right? Like to me, if I'm looking at this, like I feel like this is pretty solid, and I don't,
It's not pretty solid. It's phenomenal.
right. So let's just say he didn't have a problem with off tensions, right? And he's doing what he's supposed to be doing at 15 yards, and like this is a good expectation. And let's just say maybe he's holding just a little slightly high. Maybe he's trying not to look at his dot on this black paster, so he has his dot just a little high, and that's where he was aiming and looking inadvertently.
He's got one low, and he's got at least one in the paster, and these two are basically perfect elevation. So again, like to your point, right? Target diagnostics is not a perfect science, which may be what you're getting at, right?
Yeah, I'm
You
just
know,
saying, what's a good expectation
there,
for us?
wrong question.
Okay.
That is the question we've got to get over, right? Again, this is what I said in the very beginning. What I don't really care about for this exercise is how good your group is or how many alphas you shot versus Charlies. It's not the point. Is there a trend?
Yeah.
There's
Slightly high.
if there is a trend, yes, it's slight, but it is distinct. Every single round is high out of like 12, except for one. That is a very distinct trend. Is it way off target? No. If we go back 5 more yards, will it be closer? Yeah. Right. So again, like there is no standard I'm trying to achieve. I'm trying to detect trends, and I'm going to keep trying to neutralize that trend. Right? Is that a good result? Sure. I have no problem with that result. That would be, I mean, probably if we were doing this on head boxes, like all in the head box at 15 yards, that's a pretty good standard. Is that the point of this exercise? No. I'm looking for trends, and there is a trend, and therefore I'm going to try to fix it. Right?
And then now figuring out is the trend a vision problem or a grip problem is what I was like trying to get at.
Understand. Again, 2 things. Number 1, especially for shooters at this level, right? If your dot is consistently not in the middle of the target when you press trigger, like you should be noticing that, right? That should be pretty easy to diagnose. Also, if you have a vision problem, like not looking in the middle of the target or following the dot around or something like that, your results are almost certainly not going to be that consistent. Vision problems tend to be much less consistent in their presentation. Like you start seeing stuff in like random weird places, right? If I saw, again as an example, he's shooting like this, and then he's got a random shot down here and a random shot up here. I'm like, ain't no way that he pressed the trigger that wrong to send it around that, and then did the exact opposite thing and sent one up there. Could his eyes have been like following the dot around and shoot one up there? 100%. Right? So that's kind of how you think about it. But again, it is definitely up to you to be paying attention. What's going on? Hopefully on an exercise like this, like for sure, my dot was in the middle for every single time I press the trigger. Like that's up to you to know. If that's not the case, well then obviously you got an aiming problem to work on for sure, 100%. But if hey, every time I press that trigger, my dot was, in the vicinity of that black paster, then the results are not an aiming problem. Does that kind of make sense? It's not not an easy button fix that's going to like help 100% all the time, but that is kind of the process you got to think through and work through. Anything else on that? Okay, let's pace up really quickly. So we're back at 25. Let's so far I've been fortunate to start all the way off the trigger and smashing all the way through. Again, this has not been a like trigger press technique exercise where I'm like, hey, this is how you're going to press trigger all the time, no matter what, right? This is a grip diagnostic is the way I think about it. We are experimenting with grip tensions by getting you to be as sloppy as possible on the trigger to see as many problems as possible so that we can bomb-proof the grip to the point where, man, if it can survive that smash press, and then we get a little more careful when it's required with the trigger press, man, now we really got something. Right? The gun's not going to move at all. Let's think and discuss trigger press. Trigger prep a little bit. Prep, right? What is trigger prep? How would you articulate it? Slack out to the wall.
Removing the take up.
To the wall. Yeah. Slack out. Okay, slack out to the wall. Is anybody shooting like a stock Glock trigger?
I was gonna say like the wall is kind of.
My man. Could I borrow your gun for a second?
Sure. I blew up my 34, so I had to switch the frame.
You blew it up.
I did. Some bad reloads.
Oh. Ugh. Thank you, sir. Let's see what we're dealing with here.
It's like 6 walls.
Okay, gross. So we typically think about prep, right? We've got obviously all this like squishy stuff in the very beginning, right? We got all this pre-travel before all of a sudden, as I press through this, let's say from here I add, a pound of pressure, right? The trigger will travel until here, and now I have to add distinctly more pressure to get it to travel any further, right? We've kind of come against this wall. The way we a lot of times think about prep is like, man, I'm gonna take the slack out to the wall, and then I'm simply going to press from there. But if we pay a little bit more attention, we'll find some interesting things. As an example, if I take on this trigger, hopefully you can get where you can kind of see the trigger a little bit, the slack out to the wall, it'll travel to about right there. Now, if I add a little bit more pressure, see that little jump right there? It jumps to there. Now, if I add a little bit more, oh, I missed it. So wall, jump there. Ah, there it is. Wow, I got like 2 that time. There's like multiple little creeps or additional travels, if you will, past that wall. Everyone's trigger is going to be a little bit different. I always just pick on the Glocks because it's like reliably the worst stock trigger on the market, right? I shoot them all the time. I love them. It's great guns, but it is what it is in terms of trigger. But I think we're leaving something on the table if we just think about taking the slack out to the wall in terms of the best prep that we can get. I kind of think about it like if you had a row of speed bumps and you get your car and you're going to drive over them and you drive over the first speed bump like nice and easy. That's the first wall. And then you kind of stop your car and then you slam on the gas and you go over the next 3, right? Even if they're smaller speed bumps and they're more subtle, there's still bumps there. And I kind of think about your if you have 3 walls in your trigger, that's kind of your multiple speed bumps, right? You're still blowing through those leftover walls. And again, don't want my grip to be as good as possible to where it doesn't really disturb my sights in an unacceptable way, of course. But man, especially at like really far precise targets, can those leftover little speed bumps still translate some additional movement into my sights? They can. Now, some of you guys aren't going to have that, right, man? If you're shooting a 1-pound infinity trigger, like it's an entirely different experience. So the most universal articulation of prep that I can kind of give you is prep is not just taking the slack up to the wall. It's more specifically stacking at least 80% of the pressure required to break the shot on the face of that trigger. So if you've got some triggers that have multiple walls and you try to stack 4 out of the 5 pounds that are required to break, that will take you through several walls to get there. If you have the 1-pound infinity trigger, by the time you're touching it, that's about prepped. Like by the time you feel it and know where it is, that's about all the pressure you can put on that thing, right? But hey, man, if I have, a 2-pound 2011 trigger, can I stack a pound on that thing? Yes, I can. Is there going to be any travel in it? Not really, right? I'm just going to feel it, and I'm going to stack that however much pressure I can before I know it's about to break. And I'm going to hold there to where it requires the least amount of input from me to get the gun to go off, right? The least amount of input that's required from the trigger finger, the least amount of input is likely to happen, input changes in that firing hand to get the gun to go off. So we're going to experiment with if we prep the trigger now. But then still on that beep, I'm going to blow through those last couple ounces of pressure at speed. What happens now in terms of how the gun moves? So I'll give you an example. Again, same exact thing here. Just going to start now. Instead of just touching the trigger, I'll start with that full prep on the trigger. And now on the beep of my timer, I'm still going to press it as fast as I can, right? As a matter of fact, if anything, the times that we see now on the timer should be faster, not slower. People think about prep as being slow because the way we traditionally teach it is like, hey, you're going to prep, and then you're going to settle your sights, and then you're going to press after that. It's like, no. I'm prepping while I'm waiting for that sight picture to kind of occur, and then once I get permission from the sights, I'm still going to finish at speed. I'm just doing it from a more advantageous start position, i.e. that prep position, right? So if anything, the time on the timer for this should be a few hundredths faster, if anything, right? Because I'm already halfway through that trigger press, so I have less work to do after the beep, if that kind of makes sense, right? So it'll look something like this. Not slowing that thing down at all, right? That was a .17. Still pressing it as fast as I can off the beep. Just starting now from that more advantageous start position and seeing what the dot does. Does that make sense so far? Okay. One extra layer I'm going to give you to think about from back here before we kind of get started with this. We're going to do a quick vision exercise. Can everybody see where the black paster is on your target? Yes? Okay, very good. The first thing I'm going to have you do is work on exactly what Rocky was just complaining about, which is hard target focus, right? So you're going to lock your eyes on that black paster. Now, when you bring the dot up and put it on the paster, it's going to be kind of wobbling around, right? You can't hold the gun perfectly still. What you're going to fight to do is leave your eyes locked on the black paster. In other words, what should not be happening is your eyes should not be following that dot around in its wobble. They're locked on the spot, and the dot's just kind of wobbling around in front of it with your eyes are not moving. If you start to find your eyes following the dot and you need to like break out of it, relock the eyes in, lift the gun back up, you can do that. But I want you to lock your eyes onto the black paster. Try to hold the gun as still as you can. But I want you to just kind of take note of and observe how much wobble zone is there? Like, how far is that dot kind of wobbling? How much kind of area does the dot actually move as you try to hold it on that spot? And then we'll change it a little bit. Does that make sense so far? Okay, so lock your eyes on that black paster. You can go ahead and bring the dot up and just hold it on that spot. Again, try to leave your eyes locked on the paster.
Dry or live?
We're not shooting at all, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Just leave your eyes locked on the paster and just simply observe how much of a wobble zone is there as you try to hold the gun still with your eyes really focused on that black paster. Once you've done that, I want you to now focus on the dot on purpose. So actually stare at your dot, and if it moves, I want you to follow it with your eyes. Like, you should be staring at the dot on purpose. What do you notice?
Moves a lot more.
Yeah.
Moves more, right? Go and holster up real quick. I'm going to let you get back to work here in a second. This is for a very specific reason. Again, what tells the gun where to be pointing? Your eyes. So, as the gun wobbles, I try to hold it still. When my eyes are locked onto a spot and the dot goes over here, it's like, nope, come back. Nope, come back. Nope, come back. It's getting my eyes are giving the gun constant corrections as they're locking onto a spot, but observing where the dot is around the spot that I'm working. I can constantly steer the gun back onto the right spot. But if the dot goes over here and my eyes follow it, how does it know where to go back to? I've got this weird, fuzzy, like vague idea of a brown blob downrange that I'm trying to keep the dot on. But can I lock it onto a specific spot in the middle of the A zone if I'm focused on the dot? Not so much. So as we do this, vision focus is actually going to be crucial, right? Keeping your eyes locked onto that spot, to Rocky's point, right? We got to aim properly as well if we want to hit stuff, not just pressing the trigger. But this visual focus back here is going to be crucial in addition to our grip and how we're pressing the trigger. Does that make sense? Okay. Here in a second, I'm going to give you just a minute. Again, dry. Take some time at your own pace and just explore your trigger a little bit. If you want to do it like I did, just kind of looking down at the gun and pressing the trigger like that, you can. You want to do some reps out here. What I want you to explore is how much of a prep can you get with your trigger, right? How much pressure can you stack on that thing? Do you have more than one wall on your trigger, right? What does a good, real prep look like and feel like for you on your trigger? And then we'll do some reps on the clock. Make sense? Okay, so if the gun moves at all, back here you see it way more, right? It's really screaming at you if the gun moves at all here. Taking that into account, though, do you feel like it was easier or harder to not move the gun when you press the trigger, start from that prep position? Easier, right? Did anybody find it to be harder? No. Okay. So far, that is a universal result in 100% of the classes I've taught ever. No one has ever said, man, it's really hard to not move the gun when you start with a prep. So why do we not prep? For every shot. Real question. Sometimes you don't have time. I like to say I'll always be as careful on the trigger as I have time to be. As an example, let's say I have a wide transition to a 3-yard open target. Do I have time to prep for that first shot? No. I got like 7/10 to get the gun over there. All the time in the world. Assuming my gun's pointed in the same direction the whole time, is there any reason on a draw or a wide transition I can't be prepping the trigger as the gun comes onto the target? Absolutely not. I could if I want to. Is it necessary? No. But does it give me a little bit more elbow room in terms of not moving the gun and press the trigger and a little bit more precise control over exactly when that shot breaks as the gun comes onto the target? I would say yes. Do I have time to prep for the second shot? No, I do not. No shot. Don't have time. Right? Let's say I get back a distance though. Let's say I'm shooting at 25, 20, 35 yards, whatever it is. is it likely to take me longer to get the sight confirmation that I need to fire a shot on that target versus the 3-yard open? Yes. What can I be doing while I'm waiting on that confirmation to occur? I can be prepping. The thing we're doing differently versus the way we think about this traditionally is what I'm not saying is, hey, you're going to settle your sights on target, get a perfect sight picture, and now I'm going to prep, and then I'm going to press. No. It's prep, and then as soon as the sights give me permission, bam, I'm firing through those last few ounces of pressure at speed still. But my accuracy increases because I've now allowed myself to start from that more advantageous start position. Does that make sense? Any questions, or did anybody see anything interesting going through that exercise from back here at 25? Okay, let's do it live. Let's see what we get away with. Yes, sir.
I think it takes almost more effort to try not to prep than to prep.
Sure.
Like, I think most people, like, especially on a farther target, they might be prepping and not even realizing it. Like, I think it's your brain, like, wants to get you as close as possible. Then
a lot of that's habit. You kind of based upon how you started, right? I think the natural thing, if you have zero instruction on a trigger, the way most people shoot at distance is just a way slower progressive press. So they start all the way out, they get the sights, and then they go like really slow through it, right? Again, if you have to go slow through the end of the press, which is the part that can serve the gun, fine. What I'm saying is, why don't we rush through the first part to the prep and then be as careful as we need to on the part of the press that actually makes a difference, right? Great point. Okay, let's go ahead and load, make ready. The target's a couple interesting things you may notice, right? Number one, we're going to notice, hey, what can I get away with at distance, right? Pressing the trigger really, really fast, but starting from that advantageous start position, right? So what are the results? That's an interesting kind of threshold idea to take note of. You may also see a completely different trend from what you saw up close. Why might that happen? Well, think about it like this. When you were starting with the trigger all the way out and you were smashing through, some of you guys weren't just seeing like a straight line somewhere. You saw like a J or a circle or something, right? Well, think about it like this. If the first half of the trigger prep is causing your dot to do this, and now you're starting here, now it only does that, right? So the way I think about grip is this. There's kind of two component results, if you will, that I want out of a good grip. The first one we just worked on. How do I press the trigger without moving the gun? This is the primary thing that I'm motivated by when I'm experimenting with hand positions and pressures on the gun. How do I press trigger in such a way, as aggressive as possible, but the gun moves the least amount? Those are the things that I'll really look at there. This, again, is kind of in stark contrast to the way a lot of people think about it, which is recoil control. Here's my thing about grip and recoil control, okay? In terms of how does like where your hands are placed and the pressures you put on the gun impact your recoil control. Let's say I grip my gun with what I think is an absolutely perfect grip. Positions and pressures. Weird analogy, but bear with me. And you were somehow able to cut my hands off at the wrists, but leave them clamped onto the gun with a perfect grip and perfect pressures. And we laid my gun down on the ground with my two hands gripping the gun perfectly, but no arms behind it. And now I reach in and press the trigger. What's going to happen to my gun and my hands? What did my perfect grip do for me there? Not a dang thing. Why? Because all the grip really does for recoil control is it connects the gun to the rest of the structure behind the gun, which is where the recoil control really happens. So when we start thinking about recoil control, I'm going to think a lot about what's going on in my wrist, elbows, and shoulders in the structure behind the gun for recoil control. Now, obviously, if the gun is not connected to my wrists, elbows, and shoulders with a good grip, in other words, the gun is moving around inside of my hands, for example, as I'm pressing the trigger, well then the structure behind the gun doesn't matter because I can just press the trigger and the gun can still go that way, out of my grip. So what really matters for recoil control is good connection to the gun. Now, we just experimented a lot with grip positions and pressures in that first exercise, right? Which was maybe is often known as trigger control at speed. I like to call it the jerk to trigger drill, whatever you want to call it, right? But we're experimenting with the trigger press part. A lot of times folks end up trying things there. For example, relaxing the firing hand a lot more than you think you should. And you worry about, well, what's going to happen now when I'm doing multiple shot strings? Isn't that going to negatively impact my recoil control? So far, I don't think I've ever found that to be the case. I don't think we've ever changed something for somebody in that first kind of workup that ended up being a bad thing when we get to recoil control. Specifically with your firing hand. Who found on that first workup that you needed to relax your firing hand more than you thought previously? Okay, quite a few hands going up. As you start seeing things happening in your recoil control that you don't like, it's going to be very tempting to clamp that firing hand back down in an attempt to control recoil. First example I'm going to make for you here really quickly. What I'm going to do is take my firing hand off the gun entirely and grip it only with my support hand, the way that I would with a two-handed grip. And I'm just going to reach in with my thumb and my index finger to press the trigger. I want you to, the holes will be there. Watch how the gun moves as I press the trigger here with no firing hand on the gun at all. Anything crazy happening there in terms of recoil control? Is the gun like lifting way farther than it should? Is it snapping back down to where I was looking, returning to zero decently well? Yes, results are fine. The way I think about it pretty clearly is this, right? I mean, the job of your support hand, again, good lockdown of the gun, but also the recoil control piece, sort of as an extension of that, right? Only job of the firing hand, press the trigger without moving the gun. Whatever you have to do with that firing hand to empower you to press the trigger without moving the gun is what you should be doing with the firing hand, full stop, right? So you have to fight that urge to change tensions now in the firing hand as you're doing those kind of multiple shot strings, okay? Now, what are we going to think about, though, to improve recoil control? First of all, we got to define what does good recoil control look like. When I say good recoil control, what are we actually looking for the gun to do? What's the behavior we're looking for? You said stay flat. Let's bookmark that. What else? Who else has something?
You want it consistent, repeatable.
So whatever we want it to do, we want it to do it all the time. Okay, cool. Well, what do we want it to do, though?
Return to zero.
Return to zero. Meaning what?
Where you're looking.
So in other words, wherever I was looking, wherever that was looking and aim the gun for that first shot, when the dot lifts in recoil, I want it coming back to where I was looking. And and by the way, this is a distinctly different idea from keeping the gun flat. Now, if I can keep the gun flat and have a predictable return to zero, cool. But if my priority is keeping the gun flat, what ends up happening a lot of times is like, okay, well, how do I stop the gun from moving? Man, I'm just going to get as much muscle and tension behind the gun as I possibly can and try to fight the recoil and prevent the gun from moving. And by the way, from a third-party observation, it may look like the gun's not moving very much. Cool. You look cool on the gram. However, behind the gun, how do I see the dot behaving? Because there's now no predictable path for that gun to take, and the dot may not be moving super far, but one time it goes like this, next time it goes over here, next time it goes over here. Like it's just fighting for a way out, and it is not behaving in a consistent, repeatable, predictable manner. Now at 5 yards, does that matter? Can I just hold the gun in the middle and go, and it still is all alphas? Yeah, maybe, right? If I'm trying to shoot a 25-yard bill drill, is that technique going to work for me very well? Absolutely not. Back there, I really don't care how the gun lifts or how far it lifts, as long as it immediately snaps back down and lands, bam, right in the middle of the target, so that I can fire again, an accurate shot, immediately. So the real goal here is return to zero. How do I want it to return? I want it to return precisely. So in other words, if my dot is in the middle of that black paster and press trigger, I want it to come back down and land in the black paster. Precise return to zero. I want it to return consistently. So the same way every time. I want it to return predictably in the sense of I don't want my dot to lift and come back and go. Like, it might land precisely in the middle of that black paster eventually, but man, can I really tell when it's going to stop moving and when it's going to land and time that shot very well? No. I want it to lift and come back and go bam, right in the middle, predictably. I do also want it to happen quickly. We can sometimes throw the baby out with the bathwater. If we reject the idea of I want to keep the gun flat, we can sometimes discard the idea that I do want the gun to come back quickly. So the idea here being, I love the way my buddy Sean Griffith articulates this, right? I want the gun to return at the same speed it lifts. You don't want the gun to lift and go like you see it coming back nice and slow. You have to drag it back down. It's like, no, the gun should lift and go bam and just snap sort of in a passive manner right back down on target. To me, these are the optimal behaviors that I'm looking for out of a gun in recoil. How do we accomplish these things? Again, we're going to kind of think about some things to play with as we go behind the gun in wrists, elbows, and shoulders. We talked about vision already, but let's talk about structure. Wrists, okay? Not a universally agreed upon technique, but something that I find very useful for me that I'll give you to play around with. Something I do try to neutralize in terms of the gun's movement is any movement of the gun in this kind of axis, where it's breaking through the wrists. And you're seeing that muzzle flip in the wrist. Why? Well, if I allow the gun to lift like so, the only way to get it back is to basically yank it back down, and it's very difficult to yank that gun down and get it to stop like on a super consistent, precise spot. How do I neutralize that movement in the wrists? If you think about how you would want your wrist if you're throwing a punch, right? This is how a lot of people grip the gun. If I'm throwing a punch, obviously you want that wrist to be square. You want your fingers to be in line with the forearm. Obviously, if I throw a punch like this, I'm going to be in trouble, right? It's going to be bad news for that wrist. You want it to be square. If I grip the gun with my wrist in this attitude, right? Neutral. The only thing keeping the gun on plane right now is basically equal tension top and bottom of the forearm. And as soon as I tip the scales with recoil, I'm never going to be fast enough to add tension down and the gun not to break through that wrist. So the gun will break through the wrist in recoil every time, and I will have to drag it back down with the wrist, right? If I, instead of this, roll my wrist forward and basically lock it out in its travel, as far forward as it will travel, and grip the gun like so. Now all the tension's down here, basically none up here pulling the gun up, and now I've hopefully locked out that travel in the wrist to where recoil can't break through the wrist, and I can now absorb recoil sort of in those elbows and shoulders behind the gun, right? So instead of gripping the gun with sort of a neutral wrist angle, if I roll that wrist forward, to me, that is better. Again, I'm specifically talking support hand there. This is a little bit different. The way some folks have thought about, locking your support hand wrist out over the years is like, man, in order to lock your support hand wrist out, you've got to be like this, right? You've got to have that thumb driven way forward on the slide and so forth. It's like, no. I didn't talk about hand position there at all. My hand with a locked wrist can be in different places on the gun, depending on what I'm doing with my elbows and so forth. As an example, here is my wrist rolled forward all the way on the gun. That's one hand position with a locked out wrist because my elbows are collapsed. Now, the further out that I go, the more that wrist is going to rotate forward on the gun. But it's locked the whole time, right? This is all wrist locked, right? But it'll be in a little bit of a different position on the gun, depending on the grip angle, depending on your hands, how flexible your wrists are, and also how far you're extending that elbow, right? So this is not a position thing. It is a travel of the wrist thing and locking that out all the way. You should feel kind of a bind when you roll it all the way forward where it can't go anymore, and you'll feel a little bit of a stretch in that kind of top tendon on the top of the forearm when that wrist is kind of rolled forward all the way. Something you can play around with there. Now, the really important stuff, though, is farther back, elbows and shoulders. The analogy I use for this that I think is really good is a suspension on your vehicle. So you think about going over bumps in the road, right? If you had your wheels connected to the chassis on your vehicle on just rigid steel, it'd be a pretty rough ride, right? Because every bump in the road, that energy is just transferred right into the body of the vehicle. What you want is for the vehicle to be going on an even plane and the wheels can move independently, right? To absorb those bumps. We're not trying to fight the bumps and stop the wheels from moving. We're not trying to keep the wheels flat. We want the wheels to move, right, independently of the vehicle. Same exact idea here for recoil behind the gun. We're not trying to fight the gun, stop it from moving. We're trying to absorb the impact of that recoil and separate it from the body of the shooter. So where do we find the springs? Where do we find the shock absorbers? In the vehicle, in the elbows and shoulders, right? In those kind of joints directly behind the gun. So in other words, if I mount the gun on rigid steel, right, every shot, now that energy is transmitted right into the body of the shooter. Whereas if I relax those, build those kind of springs into the system, now the gun can move independently from the body of the shooter, and I'm not getting, pushed around by every shot that's going off. So great idea, I think, to absolutely relax those a little bit, right? Not have the elbows locked, but have some bend there with sort of the least amount of tension in them that you need. Same thing with the shoulders. You're never going to completely eliminate shoulder tension. The only thing that keeps the gun in front of your face is front delt tension, right? So I got to have some. But as an example, instead of having my shoulders like locked forward or driven back, the more I can relax those and kind of let them hang, not only the more can they now be involved in absorbing recoil, but the better off I am in terms of moving the gun quickly, in an example, on a target transition or something. Like the least tension I have there, the more quickly and more precise I'm be able to move the gun in those kind of contexts, right? Now, let's think about gun behavior. You think the path of the gun's going to change? We mentioned this a little bit already. If my elbows, although they're relaxed, are sort of in this attitude, or like this, or like this, is the path the gun takes in recoil going to change a little bit? I would say yes, absolutely, right? Our elbows only hinge in one direction. So if my elbows are down like this, might the gun lift a little bit more like so, versus if they're cammed up, might it be traveling more in this axis and so forth? Yes, absolutely. Pros and cons there. Again, you'll see top shooters using sort of all of the above. I think this is very body type dependent. You watch a guy like Frank Proctor, as an example, some of you guys will be familiar with him, who really emphasizes that like camming the elbows in and down, and has some of the most impressive recoil control on a pistol you're likely to ever see. But it doesn't work for me at all. Why? Man, as soon as I start trying to tuck those elbows in for me, all I feel is like my arms like squeezing the side of my rib cage immediately, right? And there's just that bind. Now my body's basically fighting itself, okay? It's like, yeah, if you got that kind of like bird chest, if you will, you're a little bit more thin in your build, then maybe that technique will work really well for you. If you're a little bit more barrel chested, like probably not so much. Right? Just an example of how you're built is going to change kind of what works best for you here, right? We also have to think about things like fatigue, things like, again, overuse injuries, and consistency, right? So for me, I don't try to really use my elbows to cam a lot of pressure into the gun in any particular direction. I just sort of naturally let them hang, if you will, kind of down at a 45. I'm not like pulling them down. I'm not pulling them up. Any of it in between, just kind of at a neutral angle for me, sort of down at a 45. Again, not universally true. You can try sort of different angles there and see how it changes the behavior of the gun for you and find what works best for you and your gun. What I do think is really close to being universally true is that whatever you do with your elbows, they should be the same. As an example, if I get behind the gun, instead of going like this, I go like this. Now what's the gun going to do? It's going to go this way, right? Because the structure behind the gun is not the same. My elbows are doing two very different things. So I always want these to be the same, to where the gun is tracking in that nice, consistent, repeatable, predictable vertical pattern, not jumping off to one side or the other. So if I'm going to cam one arm up, I'm going to cam both. If I'm going to cam one arm down, I'm going to do both. If I'm going to do neutral, I'm going to do both, right? To where my elbows, if you kind of look across in the plane, are basically as even as I can get them. Symmetrical support behind the gun.
What do you do if you're in a position that you can't do that?
Like what?
Around a corner and you have to, I mean, I guess you could try to align the shoulders as well as you can. But
You're going to get as close as you can,
yeah.
right? Shoulder alignment, not so much. So in other words, if I'm leaning around, say, a vision barrier in this axis, what I would prefer to do is just come out on that knee, right, where it's as consistent as possible. Something like that, where I've got to kind of hook around. You may notice this morning, like I came out like that, but then I also had to kind of go like this. But what I didn't do was this, right? I'm trying to avoid compromising that structure behind the gun. Now, to be honest, right, is my recoil control going to be as perfect like this as in my ideal stance? No. But I'm trying to keep that structure as close to the same as possible, right? So like if this is how I want my elbows and shoulders to be, it's going to be exactly the same when I'm coming around like that. So I'm trying to preserve it. Might there be a situation? I mean, so South Carolina section, at a match a couple months ago, I found a way to hack a stage where leaning around a wall, I could take a target like way over to the left that I wasn't supposed to be able to take from there. But the only way I could do it was to stand in the shooting area and grab the wall and hang around and go like this, one-handed. Is that going to be perfect recoil control? No, but the situation called for it, right? So you make the best of it you can. Does that make sense? Anything else on that?
Do you find what you do with your elbows to be better for dynamic shooting as opposed to maybe like you were talking about Frank?
Yes.
Works for him more static rather than dynamic?
Yeah, so I think you start seeing, look, to be honest, especially for full-size guys shooting lightweight 9mm ammo, right? Can I shoot pretty well like this, especially up close? Yes, to be honest, right? You start getting into more issues on the move, where now not only is the energy from the recoil connected to your body, but the energy from your steps is connected to the gun. So you start seeing like this happening a lot more shooting on the move when you're rigid and locked out. Versus the more relaxed you are, the more you can separate that. It's almost like I think about like the gun being on like a camera gimbal, where you're separating that movement, right? And you're keeping the gun stable and pointed on target, even as your feet are kind of being disturbed and so forth. So again, you're never going to eliminate all the tension. There's a certain amount of tension that you need, but any more tension that you need, any more rigidity than you need is almost always going to be suboptimal. Anything else there? Okay, if we want to assess this, what we're basically assessing now is where is the gun coming back to in recoil. So we're going to start exactly the same way that we did with trigger control at speed. We're going to start with a dot, middle of your black paster, finger on the trigger. On the timer, or actually it's going to be on your own pace, instead of pressing the trigger once, you're now going to press it twice as fast as you can. The idea is, if your skills from the first exercise are squared away, the first round should always go dead center. Right? Cool. So what's going to be interesting is, where does the second one go? What I'm trying to print on target is, where did my gun return to? So let's say I have a bad trend where my gun is not returning to the paster, it's lifting and coming back high and to the right. If I give myself time to correct that, in other words, to re-aim that second shot and bring it back to the center of the target, in other words, the dot lifts and it comes back and like, nope, that's not the right spot. Then you bring it back here, press. I'm going to have a nice, pretty group in the middle of my target. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm trying to print on target, where is the gun returning to? So if it's returning high and to the right, what I should be doing is going 1, 2. Oh, shoot, why did it go up there? Shoot, why is it over there? Right, I'm printing where the gun is returning to allow me to see on my target what are my trends, and then we'll talk about kind of diagnosing that and making tweaks that to fix my structure. Does that make sense? So we'll start working from the draw, and I'll give you an example of this in a second, just to start that process. However, we are not rushing the first shot. In order for the target diagnostics to work, it is absolutely paramount you are starting with your dot in the middle. It is also paramount you are starting with a good grip. So take a beat when the gun comes out of the holster. Checklist is my dot in the middle of the black paster? And is my grip perfect the way that I want to? If not, take a second, fix it, right? But then once you start, you're going to press that trigger twice as fast as you can, and we're hopefully going to print on target basically where that gun is coming back to, right? So I'm going to make an example here for you. I'm going to fire, again, we'll fire that one double, we'll take a break, come back, recenter, fire another one, back. Take a break, come back, recenter, back, fire another one. We'll do, 6, 8 rounds, something like that, and we'll hopefully see a consistent trend on target. What I'd like for you guys to do is kind of watch me, watch the gun, watch what the gun's doing, watch my structure behind the gun, identify any problems you might see, and then we'll look at the target, and we'll see how it affects the trend. Does that make sense? So here's kind of the first example. Let me see here. Okay, yeah, we'll do this. Everybody got eyes and ears? All right, so here's kind of the first example. What do you guys kind of notice there?
You went up and then down and then back up again.
Okay, what specifically was going up and down? Well, sure. What was causing that to happen, though?
Where you were returning it.
Okay. What's the trend that we see on target?
Straight line up and vertical.
Vertical stringing. Now, here's a pro tip, right? Whenever we're diagnosing doubles on the target, the very first question you have to ask, is there a difference between where the first rounds are going and where the second rounds are going? Is there a difference? Why is this important? Let's say I had a clean target. I shoot a group of doubles. All of my rounds, low left. Is that a recoil control problem? No, because my first rounds were going low left before the gun ever had a chance to move. What's the problem? Either I'm looking there and I'm aiming in the wrong spot, or I move the gun and press trigger. It has nothing to do with recoil. If my first rounds are going dead center and my second rounds are going somewhere else, is that a recoil problem? Yes. So what do we see? Do we think, is there a difference between first round and second rounds?
Yes.
I would say yes, right? We're seeing kind of that cluster where the first rounds are going. And then we have second rounds going high, second rounds going low, vertical stringing like Rocky said. What you may have noticed is the gun flipping a lot in the wrists. I grip with a neutral wrist angle, right? So watch the gun this time. See if you notice the difference in behavior and kind of how the gun's lifting and returning. You kind of see that? How the gun's really flipping a lot in the wrist and having troubles returning it to a consistent spot as I'm kind of yanking it back down. Neutral wrist angle. How about this one? Notice the elbows in this one. Tell me if you notice anything funny. I'll go for another mag. Thoughts?
Super locked.
Okay, both?
Well, I just saw.
What'd you say? Someone down here.
Wasn't symmetrical.
Symmetrical. Okay, different, right? So my left elbow locked out, right one was collapsed, which would send the gun where?
To the right.
Probably high into the right. To start with, it was so bad it was actually going off the target, so I had to rein it in a little bit. But you see, again, the difference in first round, second rounds, right? First one's going in here, second round's trending up this way, right? What we're looking for, when we get everything lined up properly, nice and symmetrical, is for that dot to really just be returning right to where it leaves from. Almost out. That kind of makes sense. Again, I probably demoed that poorly in the sense that I fired pretty fast in between the doubles. There's no need to rush that. In other words, when you fire 1-2, you can take a second or two if you need to and then fire the two more, right? Between every double, make sure you're bringing that dot back down to the middle, right? Actually starting in the middle of your target and then fire two. Make sure your grip's right, start in the middle. If you're not actually re-aiming that first shot and you're sending a double off high right somewhere, it's going to really corrupt your data and make diagnosis really difficult. That kind of makes sense? I'm going to try it. Again, I'll have your load and make ready here in a second. We'll start working on the holster. We're not rushing the first shot. We're taking a beat, making sure your grip's right, making sure you start starting in the middle. Fire, 6, 8 rounds, something like that. 4 or 5 doubles, something like that. Depending on how much ammo you got and how much you want to burn. And then we'll take a beat, kind of look at it, and do it again. What do we see? Talk to me. Anybody? What you got?
First ones, the first group that we did, I started feeling those. I was pushing down.
On the second rounds?
Trying to fight the dot.
Okay.
Get back. So during the second string of fire, I changed up my grip pressure a little bit.
Okay.
And then I noticed I was getting more consistent. I started hyper-focusing on this hole because it was
Yeah,
biggest.
right.
But I was able to bring them up a little bit. I did have one flyer.
Sure.
That was on. I messed my grip up on that.
Totally.
One, but yeah, I noticed once I changed my grip pressure, I was consistently keeping it like right here.
And really locked in with the eyes too.
Yeah.
Makes a big difference, right?
Yeah, super focused on that hole.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, you'll get that feeling sometimes, like when you truly lock onto a spot, right, with the vision, how much of a difference it makes in terms of the recoil control. Target number 10 is actually super interesting. What's the trend? What do you guys seen on target 10? Low, right? What's the first question we got to answer? Is there a difference between where the first rounds are going and the second rounds are going? Are the first rounds going right in the middle? For the most part, no. We got a couple in there. I don't know if they were there already. But you've got a couple. Oh, these are almost anomalies that are up close to the middle, right? For the most part, the first rounds are not going there. Where do you think the first rounds are going? Low also, right? So essentially, the first rounds and second rounds are going, most of them, in the exact same spot. Like the group's really, really good. So do we have a recoil control problem or what's going on? Why is it not going in the middle?
Might be fighting the gun down.
Why, what would that have to do with the first round?
Where you're looking.
Could be. Or you're just moving the gun down, you press trigger a little bit. Is that the trend you were seeing trigger control at speed, is moving the gun down some, or what were you seeing before?
25 yard zero. So I'm gonna
That doesn't account for that.
No. Okay. I don't know, I mean, like, so I'm trying to unlearn what I learned before.
Sure.
So I think I'm also trying to balance what those right pressures are.
Right.
So I'm down here.
Totally.
So I'm pulling
100%. Yeah, again, the group is very, very consistent. So the first rounds, from what we can see, right, there's a couple anomalies. But for the most part, the first rounds and second rounds are going in the exact same spot, right? If that's the case, what does that tell you about the recoil control structure? That's literally the definition of what you want from good recoil control. First round, second round's going in the same spot. Okay, cool. Sounds like pretty good structure, right? But the group is in the wrong spot. So someone said vision, could definitely be vision, but it's happening so consistently, it doesn't look like a vision problem to me. Probably just moving the gun a little bit when you press trigger, right? Let's see if we have anything else interesting. Aha! Okay, target number 12. What do you see here?
More vertical.
Okay. Okay, so we have two distinct groups. Probably one of them's first rounds and one of them second rounds, right? Confirmation?
Yep.
First round's low, second round's high?
Yeah.
Okay, first round's low, second round's high. What do we think? First rounds actually, like, are a lot of them are really good. We got like a really good tight cluster here. A few of them are going a little bit extra low. So maybe we're moving the gun a little bit sometimes press trigger, but the first rounds are generally pretty good. We got a really chewed up kind of middle spot here. What do we think about for this?
Could be the structure behind.
For sure. Gun's not coming back much. Do you mind if we use you as a guinea pig?
Please.
Can we have a look? Let's just have a look at the structure we're working with and see if you guys have any ideas. We don't even need necessarily any rounds just yet, probably. Okay, what do you guys notice? Any ideas? No. In the structure behind the gun. Any thoughts?
A little slightly bladed.
The shoulders are?
Yeah.
Maybe, but we're not seeing a right to left problem.
To me, he could go higher on the meat to the slide.
I would think about hand placement if we had a connection issue.
From this angle, it looks like his arms are pretty locked out.
Okay, so check this out. If you say just like that, and I give you a little bit of recoil, I'm just gonna kind of tap the front here, okay? Yep. I want you to like literally watch like the hat and stuff. You see how like the head bounces every time I touch the gun? Why? Because the energy is getting transferred right back to the body. So I want to separate that some, right? So if I could get you to relax this, right? Almost like let the gun float, like don't let your body move, just like let me move the gun. Like relax the arms, relax them more. Yeah, see, now I can move the gun and the body's not moving. So with like almost some of that, like give it just a little bit more tension, but not like a whole lot. Try shooting a couple like that and see what that feels like.
Eyes and ears.
Yeah. Yeah, good. Yeah, so what do you notice now? What did you notice between first rounds and second rounds?
A lot closer.
First round's pretty good, a lot closer, but where were the second rounds going, if anywhere? Actually, too low. Why? Because he's used to having to do a whole lot to get that gun to come back. Right? So when the gun's pushing you, you're used to having to go, ha, to get it to come back, and now you're doing too much.
I've always had a problem with, especially at distance, of wanting to lock this one out, and it's just
Right.
something I've tried so hard to break, but it's, yeah. Just
So you'll notice when
every time I try to dial in and it just lock them out.
Right. So when you relax those more, you'll notice it takes less effort from you to get the gun to come back properly.
Yeah.
So now you just
Way
have,
less,
now you just have to stop doing too much.
Way less fatigue up here.
Less fatigue, less tension, all good things. Nice. Good, super good improvement. Nice work, dude. Let's just double check down here, see if there's anything super interesting we want to look at. We made good improvement here already. We already talked about that one. Okay, target 5. Classic. I love this. What do you guys notice here?
Good first shot.
I mean, mostly good everything. With a couple of anomalies where? High, 2. So in other words, does this shooter likely have bad structure behind the gun?
No.
No. So what do you think is causing these?
He probably watched the dot on for the second shot.
Almost certainly, right? Just every once in a while, vision gets a little bit distracted, the eyes get drug up by the dot, and where's the gun going to come back to? Bam. Classic presentation of just occasionally getting distracted by that dot and following it up in recoil. Right? Was this you?
Yeah, this is me.
What you got?
So, I guess kind of one of my thoughts is that I'm shooting this at a comfortable pace for me, which is like 0.2, 0.25.
Okay.
If I have like a smaller group size, should I just try to speed it up and get better diagnostics? Is that what you recommend?
Essentially, right, again, there's all kind of different ways we can shoot doubles with different goals what we're trying to get out of it. For me, when I'm shooting it in terms of I'm trying to basically measure where the gun is returning to, again, the way I articulate it is I want you to press the trigger twice as fast as you can. Like the splits should be as fast as you can fire the gun. That's really what's going to measure. Again, the gun takes 600 to cycle. You're not going to shoot any faster than that. So I'm really trying to measure where is the gun landing on the target. Of course, if you slow the splits down, your results are going to improve because you're going to have more time to aim it a little bit and kind of steer it back into the middle. Not the point of this. I'm trying to get measurement of where the gun's returning to, right? So to me, yes, your split should always be basically as fast as you can do them. is the right way to shoot doubles. Again, it's not a standards thing either, right? Because you'll hear some people say, oh, they'll post a target, hey man, this is 25-yard doubles. And it's all alphas, you know, look how good I am. It's like, yeah, man, but your fastest splits are 27. I can do that too. My fastest splits are like 0.09. I can't do 9 splits from 25 and get all alphas, right? I can do 27s though, right? So it's like a whole different thing. But generally, yeah, like the fastest for this, when I'm trying to literally just measure where the gun's coming back to, as fast as you can pull the trigger is how I would think about it. Does it make sense?
Perfect.
Cool. Does that explanation make sense to you in terms of the vision piece, or what'd you notice?
Yeah. I find myself trying to hard target focus, and then every so often I'm catching myself staring at the dot. And
Totally.
Threw me off.
Cool. Yeah. Right on. Okay. Nobody likes to show off. Okay. This is a good example. I'll just mention very quickly. Again, of where sometimes we can look at a target, and again, it's so easy to just be like, yeah, man, this shooter is awesome at shooting. He's like really good, right? And it's like, okay, is there a trend that I can notice, right? There's some vertical stringing in there, right? Where the gun is sort of streaking through the middle of the target as we're pressing the trigger instead of coming back and landing in exactly the middle, right? So like those kind of like small trends are the things that I'm really looking for when I'm diagnosing doubles, like any kind of misshapedness in kind of the target. Any variation between first rounds, second rounds are kind of exactly what I'm looking for on target to kind of diagnose. Who has any targets we didn't look at, or even ones we did, questions about your target or issues that you're noticing you don't know how to work on or anything like that?
Your second shot's going low. Where should you go with that?
Okay. There is, other than like... There's exactly one pistol on the planet I've ever seen that had an aggressive enough comp that it actually pushed the gun down in recoil, right? Short of that, there's no gun that pushes itself down in recoil, and there's no real structure that passively returns the gun too low in recoil. The only way the gun can end up below its point of aim after recoil is if you push it down. That's it. You're doing too much. You're literally driving the gun past where it started. So just do less. That's literally what it is. You have to let the gun cycle and recoil and let it return, or trying to force it back down and put your over driving it down past that point of aim. Make sense?
Yeah.
Anything else? Okay. We have kind of spent the day so far working on the gun's behavior, getting the gun to behave as optimally as possible, both when you press the trigger and in recoil. We're now going to shift focus a little bit to kind of application, right? So what's the process for me to kind of guarantee the results that I want on targets of varying difficulty? Let's say that I have, as an example, a couple of USPSA open targets like this. All I want to do is guarantee alphas, right? All I need to do for score is get rounds anywhere inside that A zone. But I've got 2 of them. I've got one at 5 yards. I've got one at 25. Am I going to shoot at those two targets exactly the same way? No. What am I going to do differently?
At the trigger, the 25-yard head.
Okay.
You're going to need perfect sights on 25.
Yeah, I'm gonna
You
have
might
different
not get
confirmation
perfect
level.
Yeah. A lot of good stuff. Sights, trigger, level confirmation. All really good stuff. This is, you'll notice, distinctly opposed to saying you're going to slow down at 25 versus go fast up close. That may be, obviously, a sort of a side result of higher level confirmation or more trigger prep, right? It is not the goal. Why? Well, if the way to be more accurate at distance is to slow down, then by how much? How slow do I have to go? And of course, there's never really any answer for that, unless maybe you belong to one of those instructor schools of thoughts where it's like, hey man, we're gonna sit here and we're gonna do cadence drills, right? So we're gonna sit here at 15 yards, and we're gonna shoot bill drills, and we're gonna see what splits can you shoot, and today expect to shoot alphas. And it's like, okay, Rocky, you can shoot 18 splits at 15 yards and get alphas. Okay, cool. And then Rocky goes home for 2 weeks and comes back out and has a 15-yard target cold. What are the chances he's going to pull his gun out and shoot exactly 18 splits? Number one, that's not going to happen. Not how we work. Number two, if I put that target now at 13 or 18 instead of 15, does he know what to tweak exactly, other than some vague idea of speed up or slow down? Also, even if slowing down was the answer, let's say you're shooting at 25 and you're missing, you're not shooting alphas. Pistol shooting is actually very simple. It's not easy, it's very simple. There are exactly 2 ways to miss when you're shooting. That's it. Exactly 2. Either your sights were not acceptably on target and you sent it anyway. That'll do it. Right? Or you move the gun when you press the trigger. That's it. Those are the only 2 ways to miss. And if you don't do those 2 things, i.e., you put your sights acceptably on target and then you press trigger without moving the gun, you will hit it 100% of the time. So if you're missing at 25, it's for one of those 2 reasons. You either have an aiming problem or a trigger problem. And if all I say to you is, hey man, slow down and get your hits, and all you do is increase the amount of time between your shots, but you're still aiming the same way and pressing the trigger the same way, is it not now very possible you're just missing slower? Yes, which isn't an optimal result either. So, slowing down or speeding up is not the goal or the solution. If I'm missing, again, it's either I'm moving the gun or pressing the trigger, and therefore I need to fix something with grip or the way that I'm pressing the trigger, or I have an aiming problem. I need to aim more carefully. So those are the only 2 things I would consider modulating based upon target difficulty, is how carefully I'm aiming or how carefully I'm pressing the trigger. Only 2 things that might change. Even so, you might think about it like these 2 things exist on sort of this gradient spectrum. And therefore, when you approach the line and you see these targets that are some level of difficulty, you don't really have something specific you're trying to execute. You have a vague idea of here's how carefully I'm going to aim and here's how carefully I'm going to press trigger, but it's not something specific that you can execute, or that you can articulate and really assess. So what we try to do is have kind of pre-built strategies that are very specific, articulable, executable, and something you can assess whether you followed the plan afterwards, right? The most commonly understood terminology for this is confirmation levels. I think about trigger as a part of it, which confirmation level doesn't really speak to. You can think about it as aiming schemes or aiming strategies, whatever. I use confirmation levels just because it's the most commonly understood terminology. But really the way I think about it is for every set of target difficulty variables, right? For every target difficulty level, if you will, there is a formula, a minimum required formula of what you need to see on that target and how you need to press the trigger to guarantee a good hit on target. Now, whatever that minimum required formula is, as soon as I check those 2 boxes, in other words, if I need to prep my trigger, I've got my trigger prepped, and I see what I need to see on that target in terms of my dot presentation or my confirmation level, the gun should be going off immediately. Like, waiting any longer than that is just wasting time, obviously. But also, I should be unwilling to allow the gun to go off until I've checked those 2 boxes, until I've seen what I needed to see, and I have my trigger prepped if required. or I'm pressing it, appropriately, whatever the case may be. So that's how I kind of think about it. So we'll go through some different confirmation levels, we'll kind of talk about it, and we'll experiment with it, and we'll see how it kind of works. Now, a couple key things before I dive into specifics here. Number one, these confirmation levels are not like linked to yard lines. People always want to know, well, what confirmation level should you use at 15 yards? I'm like, well, first of all, is it a USPSA target or is it an IPSC target? Is it open? Is it partial? Am I in a perfect stance or am I in a weird stance? Am I shooting on the move? Is it a swinger? Am I shooting one-handed? What gun am I shooting? Right? All of these are variables that affect target difficulty. So there is no, hey man, you use confirmation 2 at 15. It's not that. That's based upon your skill level, right? What do you need to see and how should you press trigger to guarantee the results you need at this sort of distance or difficulty level? And equipment as well, right? What's the main difference between like an open gun and, say a Glock? Can the average open shooter split the gun any faster than I can at 5 yards? No, but they can split the gun that same speed at 15 and get the same hits. So in other words, it sort of allows you to do the same thing from a little bit farther away. That's basically the only difference there, right? So skill level and equipment level. But we'll kind of talk about it in context a little bit, just to make it a little bit easier to kind of understand. What we were just kind of doing with doubles was confirmation 1 without even knowing it. Confirmation 1 we think about as a predictive aiming scheme. In other words, what you were hopefully not doing for that second round of those doubles was like waiting for the dot to come back and being like, yep, that's the right spot, and deciding to press trigger again based upon where the dot landed. You were not doing that, correct? You were simply getting that first sight picture and then press the trigger twice as fast as you can, predicting that by the time you're able to get the gun to go off that second time, the dot will be back good enough. Predictive aiming scheme. And for pretty much everybody, you proved that inside of a certain distance, you are very capable of doing that and getting 100% alphas on target. Confirmation 1. However, what do I need to see, let's say, on a draw or a transition for my first shot on target? Do I need to see a still stop dot exactly in the middle of my black pacer to get an alpha? No. What do I need to see? Say what? Say what?
Acceptable sight picture.
Acceptable, yes, but we're saying, what does that look like?
Oh.
What do I need to see?
Streak of color. Yeah.
Color is good. That's probably the most common way we think about it. We call it a color confirmation. I need a flash of color, whether that's a red from my dot, whether it's your fiber front post, whatever it is, right? A flash of color from my sighting system, roughly in the middle of the target. I really don't even need to register where it is located particularly. Why? If I go back to about 7 yards, let's say, I'm shooting a pretty big window. I'm shooting an SRO. If I present my gun to the target, how much of the target do you think I can see through my glass?
Probably about a third.
About a third? Thoughts?
At what distance?
7.
Uh,
Whole thing?
C-zone?
C-zone? Something you can experiment with your own. It will change a little bit depending on what optic you are shooting and also how far the gun is located from your face based on your arm length and so forth, right? For me, and for most shooters, right about where you'll sit with a big window is you either won't be able to see the whole width of the A-zone through your glass, or you'll just kind of barely see the edges of the perf inside the outside edge of your glass at 7 yards. You see way less than you think you see in terms of the amount of target. What's that mean? If the only thing I can see in my glass is A-zone when the gun's in the middle of the target, if I just throw my gun to the middle of the target and I see red in the glass anywhere, it is in the A-zone. That's all I need, right? Kind of that flash of color. That's kind of how I think about it for confirmation 1. We kind of worked on that already without even knowing it. Confirmation 2 now. Let's say I go back to 15 yards. Think that's still going to work? How much of the target can I see now through the glass? Now more than the whole thing, because we've doubled the distance. So is a flash of color in the glass anywhere enough now? Not so much. Do I still at 15 need to see a still stop dot in the middle of the pacer just to get an alpha? Not so much. So what do I need to see specifically?
Maybe the streak of the dot tracking where you want it to be
Where do I want it to be?
in the A-zone.
In the A-zone. So the dot does not have to be stopped, doesn't have to be still, doesn't have to be steady. It can still be moving. I just have to react to it actually being acceptably on target, which for our application means inside the alpha. Moving dot, entering the acceptable area on target. In other words, let's say I put my dot in the middle of the target. 15, I press trigger. Bam, dot lifts. Comes back. Where can I press trigger again?
There.
Bam. As it crosses that perf into that acceptable area on target. So I'm shooting a build drill at 15, it should look like bam, 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 bam. The dot's really never stopping. It's really never settling. It's moving the whole time. But I am switching now to a reactive aiming scheme. In other words, I am reacting to the position of the dot for every single shot. But not where it stopped, but where it's going. Where is it currently at? Is it coming into the acceptable area on target? If I was, same thing applies, say, on a target transition. If I was coming over from this target to this target, dot comes across, I can fire that first shot, bam, as across the perf, dot lifts, fire the second shot, bam. So you can almost think about it like I'm doing a transition from here to my target. The perfectly efficient group would look like that. Now, it's never going to be that perfect, right? That's how I would think about it. That's how I conceptualize it. Just pressing that trigger as the dot comes onto the target. What about trigger press? How do you think I should be pressing the trigger on that kind of intermediate level difficulty type target? Prepping? How come?
Because you're trying to get the shot off as quickly as possible as soon
Right.
as the dot's in the acceptable spot.
Right. We did trigger control at speed a little bit earlier from 15 yards. And pretty much all of you were shooting all alphas, if not, 95% alphas at 15 yards. With no prep at all, just smashing through that thing. Correct? So what would the reason be to press the trigger more carefully than that? Same distance I'm talking about. You just did it from 15 and it got good results.
Partial. Well,
I'm talking about open targets.
the transition
wouldn't.
when you're moving,
Okay.
you sort of like sweep a little bit extra, so you may need to be a bit more careful versus just being static.
I think you're maybe trending towards the right idea. Two things to think about. Number one, at 15 before, we were cheating because I was letting you start with that dot still stopped exactly in the middle, and you were still filling the A zone, right? Most of you. So now what I'm saying is, hey, I might be pressing the trigger when my dot is over here. How much elbow room do I have to guarantee an alpha? Not much. So if I had time to prep, would that give me a little bit more elbow room, a little bit more confidence? I would say yes. Again, the second principle is I'm always going to be as careful on the trigger as I have time to be, because there's no reason not to. Are my splits using confirmation 2, as we've described it, going to be slower than confirmation 1? Gotta be. Why? I'm building in a whole reaction time cycle, which is how long? What's human reaction time to a visual stimulus? Let's say 2/10 to be conservative. I'm adding that much to my split by the fact that I now need to react to stuff. Before, predictably, I can shoot 15 splits, right? Whatever it is. Because I'm not reacting to anything. I'm shooting in a predictive fashion. But now I've got to not only wait for the dot to come back, I've got to wait for me to see that and react to it. Therefore, I'm adding at least a couple tenths to my split. Does that give me a little bit more time to be more careful on the trigger? Yes, I would say so. Does it give me necessarily time to get like the full perfect prep we were playing with earlier at 25? Probably not so much. But I could at least be a little bit more careful. In other words, maybe I don't get to the final wall or fully stack 80% of that pressure on my trigger. Maybe at least take the slack out now. That first definition we kind of worked with, right? I'm taking the slack out, at least feeling where the wall is on my trigger, and then as soon as I get permission from my sights, pressing with confidence from there. So instead of being off on, like confirmation 1, it's kind of a off on press, right? Off on press. Like I'm just barely hesitating to just feel that wall, that pressure against that wall, and then pressing from there. It's kind of how I would articulate it for confirmation 2. Does that make sense? We'll talk confirmation 3 in a minute, but let's work on this first. I like to start working on this shooting little stuff up close, right? It's the same mechanical difficulty as shooting big stuff from further away, but you get instant feedback. If we go back 25 yards, shoot a bunch of rounds, you kind of walk up here and you're like, yep, sometimes I hit it, sometimes I didn't. Cool. But it's kind of, you don't necessarily get that instant feedback, like what input to the gun you gave that caused what results. When you shoot little stuff up close, you get immediate feedback. How is what you are doing working out? So super useful, especially for a class environment. Over time, like once you master the mechanics of it, definitely take time to go back and work it at distance. because that is a very different visual exercise, right? It's so much easier to focus on a small spot at 5 yards than it is at 25, right? So it's a different visual exercise, more distracting and so forth at distance. But we're going to start kind of shooting little stuff up close. So to kind of replicate 15-yard A zone, we're going to shoot these 3-inch white circles, right? So we're now switching to a bit of a results-based focus. We're trying to figure out what is the process that I need to get all my rounds to go in the white circle. That's kind of what we're figuring out. We're looking for all the rounds in the white circle. And to do that, we're saying, hey, for every single shot, dot has to at least be inside the circle. And hopefully you've at least taken the slack out of your trigger to where you feel the wall and you're pressing from there. With that explanation, I'm going to shoot a couple doubles here. I want you to kind of watch how the gun behaves and just tell me if you feel like this is a good representation of confirmation 2 or not, right? So what I'm going to do is when we draw the gun, we're obviously going to bring it out. We're going to start right in the middle. Obviously press trigger. I'm going to try to use confirmation 2 though for the second shot. Make sense? So you're still starting in the middle just like we were with doubles, but now I'm not going to fire that second round until I've gotten the level of confirmation that we're looking for. So here's the first example. Tell me if you think this looks like confirmation 2. Thoughts?
I'd say that was more steady than you wanted it to call 3 more than 2.
Yeah.
Why? What's the behavior you're seeing in the gun that's like that's not confirmation 2?
The return immediately, how you break, there's enough time in there that gives it that perfect settle amount.
Yeah, so you're seeing the gun come down and stop and settle in the middle. I'm like, yep, that looks really nice. And now press, right? Is that confirmation 2? No. Okay. What about this one though? Is that confirmation 2?
I'd say the second one, maybe.
Maybe. I got a little bit of trigger freeze in there. But you're seeing on those first and second ones, right? Like is there any reaction time built in there for that second round?
No.
No. Just sending 2. How about this one? That kind of makes sense? Did the gun ever like stop and settle for that second round? No. But it definitely was back every time. And there was just enough time for me to see it coming back and react to it and be like, yep, dot is inside the circle. Press. That's kind of the idea we're looking for. Now, this is extremely visually demanding. Here's what I'm literally saying to you. You have to wait for the dot to come down and be over the edge of the white circle before you press. But if you wait for it to come here and stop, you waited too long. Right? That's literally what we're saying. This is extremely visually demanding. This is not really a mechanically challenging exercise. All of you guys can hit the 3-inch circle at 5 yards. What I'm asking you to do is pay a whole lot of attention to what you're seeing and allow that vision piece to drive when the gun's going off. What will be tempting is this. Watch what the gun does here and tell me what you think.
You're moving it up.
Was that confirmation 2? Technically, yes. I was shooting right as soon as the dot guy back. What did I do? I artificially slowed down the return of the gun to make it easier for me to see the dot coming back. Not the goal. Not the goal. Recoil control should be exactly the same. Still snapping that gun right back to 0. I'm just asking you to see a whole lot in a hurry, right? Process that dot coming back and allow it to determine when you press that trigger. Let's say on occasion, your recoil control is less than perfect. So the dot lifts, and then the dot comes back over here. Should I just send it? No. But it's still confirmation 2. It's just now confirmation 2 as I bring the gun over here. I'm like, yep, no, that's the wrong spot. Bring it over here. Bam. Bam. Makes sense? Very good. So we're going to do doubles just like we were before. Draw from the holster. Fire 6, 8 rounds, something like that. Using confirmation 2, still from 5. But really focusing on that vision piece and trying to get all those rounds in the white circle. If you have any rounds outside of your white circle, it can only be for one of 2 reasons. Either the dot wasn't there and you sent it anyway. or you move the gun, you press trigger. That's the only two explanations, right? So try to diagnose that, have an idea. Did I actually see the dot in the circle every single time I fired? If not, easy fix. I need some more visual patience. I got to wait on it more. If the answer is yes, well, then you must have been moving the gun, you press trigger. Is my grip right? Do I need to emphasize that trigger prep piece a little bit more, right? What's the fix? Have something for these specific that you're going to do different on the next run. Like trying harder the next time is not a strategy, right? Have something specific. Here we go. Stand by. More work to be done, obviously it is, but does that make sense in terms of an aiming scheme you can kind of use on intermediate difficulty targets to maximize both accountability and, in other words, guarantee you get the results you need in terms of hits, but also maximize efficiency, right? You're not waiting for the gun to even fully come back and settle, but you're still very much in control of where those rounds go. Again, this idea of there is only two ways to miss, right? Either the dot wasn't there and you sent it anyway, or you're moving the gun, you press trigger, is a really cool thing to lock into. Once you realize how freaking simple shooting actually is, you can start fixing issues with a lot more intention. Just be like, I sucked that time, let me try harder next time. It's like, no, like what specifically are you going to do differently to kind of fix the results, right? Let's now think about going up to the next level of difficulty. So what we'll call confirmation 3. We'll conceptualize this as like a 25-yard open target, right? And again, I want to guarantee alphas. Am I going to shoot the same way, or do I need to be a little bit more careful? Okay, what do I need to see at 25?
Look like a dot.
Still stopped dot where?
Right where you want it to be.
In the center. Now, a couple things here. When I say still, obviously you're never going to hold the gun perfectly still. There's always going to be that wobble zone. But the idea of stopped is very crucial, I think. In other words, sometimes you're going to do a transition or a draw or even a recovery in recoil. And man, I'm aiming here. But the dot lifts and it comes back just a little bit over here. And what's going to be very tempting shooting confirmation 3 targets is to be like, it's pretty close. So I'm just going to kind of like goose it towards the center as I press the trigger at the same time. Right? And it'll be good enough. Unlikely to guarantee the results that you want at distance where it really counts. If it really has to be a confirmation 3 target, unlikely. It's like, no, if the gun that lifts comes back over here, it's like, nope, wrong spot, bring it here, yes, press. Stop the dot on the right spot for confirmation 3, right? What about trigger press? How would I press trigger? Probably full prep now, right? Again, ideally, it's not a prep and then a press, like surprise bang. That's not what we're talking about. What I'm talking about is on the draw, on the transition, in recovery of recoil. I'm getting off back on that trigger, getting that prep ready, so that as soon as the dot lands and I have permission for my sights, I can send that round immediately, blowing through those last couple ounces of pressure on the trigger at speed. Look, if you discover, hey man, for me, I've got to prep, and then when it lands, I've got to press through that last little bit with a little bit more care. Cool, right? But just give me something specific and articulable and executable. Again, the way I articulate what I'm doing with my trigger is probably different from somebody with an open gun. It's going to be different. We have very different triggers, right? But come up with something that's specific that you can articulate. Here is how I want to press the trigger on these targets, and you can assess after the fact, did I do it that way or not? It has to be specific. So still stop dot. We're going to work this on these 1-inch pasters up in the head box. This is a true 1-inch wide paster, not the 7/8. It's a little bit taller. So this actually mechanically perfectly represents a 25-yard A zone when you shoot it at 5 yards. One thing that's a little bit different is if I actually want my rounds to go in this paster at 5, where do I need to aim? Just a little bit high, right? So like for me, I'm literally going to be putting my dot like just up here against the top edge of the paster. Almost like you can think about it, like especially if you have a big dot, where like half of your dot's kind of hanging off the edge into the white. But I'm picking a spot specifically at the top edge of this paster. So you can almost think about, like I'm picking a spot, I'm aiming right there, right? And if my dot lands here, Not good enough, right? I've got to bring it to the center, stop it, now press with a full prep. I'll make a couple of quick examples here. Again, the hits are not going to be interesting. There's going to be nothing interesting on target for this exercise. I just want you to watch kind of how the gun's behaving, how I'm pressing the trigger, and tell me if, based on how we've described Confirmation 3, is this a good representation of it or not? So here's kind of the first one. Thoughts? Results are pretty good. Was that Confirmation 3 as we described it? How so? What was, you say more, meaning it was too slow? What was the problem? Did you notice? Somebody had to notice.
You were changing the way that you prepped and pulled the trigger.
Yeah, well, I was not trying to do that, but it's very hard to shoot poorly exactly the way that you want on demand. But yeah, did I ever have the trigger prepped by the time the gun came back? No. So the gun's coming back, and now I'm pressing, which builds in a whole delay. So the gun's coming back and landing, and now it's press. Man, so much time. Instead of doing two things at once, right, and recovering the gun as I'm prepping and then getting the gun to go off right as soon as it lands, I'm doing all that pressing after the gun's already landed, right? What you notice about this one? Thoughts?
You're doing that, like simulating.
Yeah, it's kind of a slow, careful confirmation too, right?
Right.
What's very intuitive for a lot of people when you get on hard, more precise targets, but specifically at distance, is to relax the grip more. Someone was asking a question about this earlier. Is to relax. You want to relax everything. I've got not putting input into the gun, so I've got to relax everything and just this kind of deal, right? What's the problem with that? Well, if we believe that one of the secrets to accuracy is pressing the trigger without moving the gun, and one of the secrets to that is locking the gun down with the support hand, does a strong support hand grip matter more at distance or at 5 yards? Distance. I gotta be honest with you. You can have a really bad grip at 5 yards and still shoot just fine, right? If we're being honest, right? You can do the whole hold the gun upside down thing, whatever it is. But man, if I want to have a good 25-yard build drill, grip's got to be pretty squared away, right? If anything, having that good support hand locked down on the gun is more important the more difficult the target gets, not less. So therefore, there's no reason for the recoil to look different, right? Think about this. Shoot different ways. One way I shoot like this. Bam. 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 Same splits, but I shoot like this. Bam. 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 Which one's going to be more accurate? Is it the timing exercise where I'm bringing the gun through and I go bam, and if I press her a little bit too late, it'll be low, and I press it a little bit too early, it'll be high? Or is the one where I bring the gun and stop it and press it with the gun sitting still? It's me stopping it. So recoil control should look exactly the same. We're just giving it a little bit more time for the level of confirmation that we actually need, right? Kind of makes sense? We hopefully kind of see there is like there's no time happening where the gun's landing and it's like, okay, 1, 2, like none of that. It's basically going off right as soon as the gun lands on the spot. As soon as I saw what I needed to see, send it, because the trigger's already prepped, already ready to go. Does that kind of make sense? Obviously, more work to be done, right? But does that at least make sense in terms of an aiming scheme that you can use, again, to maximize results and efficiency on sort of high difficulty, more precision targets? Yes? Here's a side note, whoever kind of locked into something that was working pretty good, like for a second there, your results were working out pretty good, and then you felt like, oh, I can probably go a little bit faster, and all of a sudden things fell apart. Yes? I call this the plate rack phenomenon. How often you ever see someone shooting a plate rack or like an array of steel at a match? I mean, they crush the first half of that thing. Ding, 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 and they go bam, 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 ding, bam, 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 ding on the last couple. Why? man, I don't know about you guys, but every successful round you fire is just that stimulus to your brain going, man, you're crushing this. You can probably go faster. And it's like, no. This is why process focus is so important versus an idea of pace. Right? That your perception of fast versus slow will lie to you every time. Versus this is what I have to see, and I refuse to allow the gun to go off until I've seen that. And however long it takes is how long it takes. You're almost hunting for this idea of, as you like shoot a stage or a course of fire, like it feels really slow. It feels like you're taking forever. And you go back and watch the video and like, oh, that was pretty fast actually. You look at the time, you're like, oh, that was really fast actually. Why? What feels fast? Does waiting for the dot to come over and stop in the middle feel fast? No, that feels like super slow and careful, right? Even if it happens quickly, even if it doesn't take very long, it feels slow, it feels controlled. What feels like you're going fast? The chaotic sight picture. Not seeing a whole lot. That feels fast, right? So we can't rely on that perception of fast versus slow. We've got to lock into every target. There's a minimum required formula. Here's what I need to see. Here's how I need to press my trigger to guarantee the results that I need. And rely on that for every engagement. Make sense? I think this is kind of the correct order to kind of approach things in the sense of a lot of times we start classes and it's like we start with draw, thing number one, right? And it makes sense because obviously you got to get the gun out of the bucket before you can work with it, right? However, like what is kind of the point of a good draw? Well, obviously like one of the key things there is that you have to do the shooting part well. In other words, you got to arrive at a good grip. This is one of the pinnacle things we'll look for in terms of how to draw the gun is like, how do I make sure I arrive consistently at my ideal grip every single time? And until I've figured out exactly what that is, it's kind of difficult to figure out how to get there, right? So we'll talk about it in that context, starting with basically now we know kind of what the end state is. How do we want our grip to land? And now we'll kind of talk about how to get there, right? The first kind of sacred cow I feel like we always have to kind of slay with this. We start talking about a fast draw. Like everyone always wants to think with the draw that like the whole secret is like some kind of supernaturally fast hand speed. I can't tell you how often I hear like, man, I just can't move my hands that fast in the context of the draw stroke, right? I'll make a quick example here for you. What I'm going to try to do is slow my draw down to like what I perceive to be like 50%. Like I'm going to slow it down. Like you should notice as the gun's coming up, like it's just not going to be anything super fast. Just kind of lifting the gun up to my vision. Pressing the trigger when I see the dot on the target. Should be nice and slow if you watch the gun lift. And we'll kind of see what kind of times we end up with. That was faster than I meant to. That was a .90. Let me slow it down a little bit more. .97. That's what a sub-second draw looks like, right? It does not require anything crazy fast in terms of your hand speed, right? Like I said, it's sub-second's the new slow. Like there's just so much more meat on the bone there. But we'll talk about it, right? So we're looking for efficiencies here. We're looking obviously to start moving as soon as that beep happens, and then not do anything that isn't bringing the gun up to the target. Essentially, is the idea when we talk about efficiency. We're trying to cut out unnecessary movement, not move anywhere we don't have to, and really be efficient with the presentation of the gun to the target. Additionally, like I mentioned, we want to make sure that we're always landing in that really good grip we worked on this morning, and also we not only want to get the gun out of the holster quickly, but we want it to arrive on target in that same precise, predictable manner we talked about with recoil control, to where even on a precise target, I'm ready to shoot as soon as possible. So we'll talk about a number of things that will help you with that. We're going to start with the gun out and work our way back to the holster. So kind of the presentation, right? How do we want the gun to land on target? One of the big things we see when we start pushing for speed here is this kind of deal. Right? So obviously I drive the gun from 0 to 100. As that momentum kind of reaches the brick wall of the extension of the arms, there's going to be that leftover energy where the gun just kind of is bobbling around on target and it's not landing precisely where I want that first round to go. So obviously that follows that, hey man, I'm not saying present the gun slow the whole way, but if I do start with some speed at the beginning, obviously I'm going to have to tap the brakes at some point, start putting the brakes on to slow the gun down to where by the time I reach the extension, to the time I reach the apex of the draw, it will stop where I'm looking and really index precisely on target, right? So number one, I can start with speed and have to put the brakes on. Where exactly do those brakes happen? Can't really tell you. I wouldn't try to give you any kind of percentage rules, anything like that. I think it's different person to person. I also think it's different based upon your equipment. In other words, man, I'm throwing around a 30-ounce Glock 19, super easy to lift it up nice and quick and stop it on the spot. When you're throwing around a 60-ounce open gun or somewhere in between, like, man, by the time you get the thing going, it takes way more effort to slow it down. There's more weight going on there, more kinetic energy. It takes more effort to slow it down. So you have to really emphasize kind of slowing down the end of that draw stroke to bring the gun onto target with a little bit more control. What about how we present it, though? Is there anything we can do with basically the direction of the path of the presentation that can help with this as well? This, by the side note, will also help with quote-unquote finding the dot. A lot has been said over the years, making the dot easier to find on the presentation. One of the classic things that's popular to think about right now is some version of the high muzzle presentation, right? So as I come out, bringing the muzzle up and dropping it down on target. Why do folks do this? Well, the idea being, as long as I'm not like off to demonstrably left or right, I'm basically dragging the dot through the glass across the target. And as long as, again, I'm not off way left or right, I will see the dot come through the glass. I will know where it is, and I'll be able to index it on the target. What's the problem with this? Number one, we mentioned about it in the safety brief this morning. If I am doing the high muzzle presentation, I would present, you should not be touching or prepping your trigger when that muzzle is up high, particularly if your berm is not as substantial as the one we're working on now, where you could send a round over the berm. So now I can't be touching my trigger until basically after the gun is already settled on target, and the first shot should always already be occurring by the time I'm even really allowed to touch the trigger. So that's a problem. Number two, I'm basically turning the index on target into a timing exercise that we talked about with the slow, careful, confirmation 2 thing. Whereas I bring it down, like I press trigger a little bit too early, it's going to go high. Press it a little bit too late, it goes low. So now I'm turning that into a timing exercise instead of stopping the gun and pressing. I think we can accomplish the same pros of the high muzzle presentation without any of the cons, and actually some additional pros if we do the exact opposite. So instead of dropping the muzzle onto target, what I kind of think about is, if this is my apex where I want the gun to land, instead of driving the gun here, I'll kind of intentionally present the gun slightly low and allow the last little bit of that presentation to be the gun popping up against gravity into my vision. Right, so I'm presenting it a little bit low and letting that last little bit pop up, sort of lift up into my vision. What are the advantages here? Number one, it is lifting that dot up through the glass into my visions, which makes it pretty much assured I'm going to see that dot coming through the glass. The advantage here is the gun is not coming across the target. Right? My gun's on target the whole time. I'm simply lifting it up into my vision. So it makes it easier to find the dot without making the index any less precise, because my sights are on target the whole time. So if I press a little bit too early, it'll be on target. Press a little bit too late, it'll be on target. It's on target the whole time. I'm just simply lifting it up into my vision, make that dot a little bit easier to find. Number two, in terms of bleeding off the energy of the gun as it lands on target. Now instead of punching out and having to put the brakes on as it lands on that wall, now the gun is lifting against gravity, where gravity is helping to pull that energy back out of the gun. It's fighting me as it lifts, slowing the gun down without any effort from me. So it's basically helping quiet the gun down as it lands, as it now lifts against gravity, right? So the idea, again, very, very simply, I'm just simply going to drive the gun out a little bit low and let it lift up against gravity. How low exactly should you present it? Again, I think you're going to find different things work better for different folks. Again, possibly one of the bigger variables there is how heavy is your gun, right? So you'll watch some of the open shooters. Christian Styler used to do this. They're probably one of the best examples. You see him a lot, come out of the holster, and it would almost be like a presentation, almost what you would call like an old school like bowling draw stroke. Why? Primarily an open shooter, shooting big, super heavy 2011s. Again, once you get the thing going, it takes a lot of energy to slow it down. Versus if I just, the gravity has more time to really slow that thing down as it lifts up on target, right? If I running like lighter, again, 30-something ounce Glocks or whatever, it doesn't take much. It's for me, instead of here, I'll be driving about here just a little bit low, and just letting that last little subtle bit of the stroke be lifting up in my vision. Be hard pressed to even notice it's happening unless you watch it in slow motion. Does that kind of make sense so far? Not a universally agreed upon idea on the draw, but something you can definitely play with and see if it helps you not only have the gun arrive a little bit more consistently, but more predictably in how the dot kind of lands on target for you. Let's come back now to the marriage, right? Kind of the building of the grip, bringing the two hands together. Where should the hands be coming together sort of along the path of the presentation?
As soon as they can.
I like that, as soon as possible. I see some clapping going on. This was kind of the explanation we always used to hear, man. It's like, hey, man, where do your hands naturally come together? Well, you just clap your hands, and this is where your hands naturally come together, and therefore this is where you start building the grip on the draw. It's like, well, first of all, do we care where your hands, quote unquote, naturally come together? And the answer to that is no, not so much. What I care about, again, is being faster, more accurate, not so much what's easy, natural, or comfortable. So here's what I kind of think about. If we think about this as kind of our target area for bringing the hands together, I think there's a couple issues that we run into. Number one, think about how much time that there is at full speed on the draw stroke from here to here. How much time do I have to build my grip? Not much, right? Also, if you think about how fast the gun is moving, obviously it's kind of starting at 0 miles an hour before the beginning of the draw. It's ending at 0 miles an hour once the gun has landed. Where is it moving the fastest as it accelerates and then decelerates?
Where you'd be clapping in the middle.
Right about there. So now I'm picking the spot like right before the end of the draw, basically, and also where the gun is moving the fastest to try to index that support hand and build my grip before I'm ready to start shooting. Kind of seems like I'm setting myself up for failure, at least making it really, really tough on myself. So I like the idea of starting as soon as possible to give myself as much time to build and even fix the grip if I have to, as the gun comes from the holster out to the target. How do I figure out where is the earliest possible moment that the hands can come together? Well, for my OWB guys, I'm going to have you do a little bit of experiment when we come out in a second. I'm going to have you kind of build your grip and present the gun to the target, and then basically try to return the gun to the holster without separating your grip until you absolutely have to, right? So you'll kind of present the gun, and now I'm going to bring it back to the holster, and I'm going to get to about here, where I have to let go of my support hand, because it's running to my gut to get the gun to go back in the holster. Now from here, if I was to draw the gun right now, I don't want to risk hitting my hand or muzzling my hand. So I'll pull my hand out of the way of the gun just enough to where the gun won't actually hit that hand. But this is kind of telling me if I bring that hand as far back as I can go, right in the path of the draw, where does this hand land right here against my body? And this is giving me that index. From here, my goal would be, from whatever start position I'm using, I'll move both hands at the same time. One to the gun, and the support hand will go to that index position, right there in the path of the gun. Not over here, not up here, right in the path of the gun, right here by the gun, so that as soon as the gun comes out of the holster, I can start building that grip immediately out of the holster, and have as much time as possible to not only build the correct position of my hand on the gun, but also build the correct tensions, as we found is pretty important this morning. Right? How do I bring the hands together onto the gun? Nothing revolutionary here. This has pretty much been taught, I think, correctly for the most part over the years. You know, we've always thought about it, some version like the karate chop, under the trigger guard. People have always taught it. Mike Stieglander used to talk about it in terms of, like he used to call it Judy chop. I like this because what we're basically trying to do is we've got two faces, right? We've got the front of my firing hand here. We've got the underside of the trigger guard. And I'm basically driving my index finger into the intersection of those two angles. I'm using those as basically a funnel, where if I land a little bit too high, I slide back. Land a little bit too low, I slide up. And I'm always fighting to drive that into the intersection of those two angles. So that would be my first touch point on the gun. So now every single presentation, my hand is starting. The first part of my hand that touches the gun is the same every single time, touching the gun in the same place every single time. Right? Where I think we maybe get a little bit sloppy is talking about it, like this kind of karate chop deal, because you go watch high-level shooters, in slow motion or whatever, you'll never really see anybody going, up under the gun as you go to present, right? So you're like, well, that's how they say they do it, but they don't actually do it that way. The important thing is the principle. What's the principle? Well, what I'm not doing is as the gun comes out of the holster, reaching up and just grabbing the gun. Because when I do that, especially at speed, like there's no telling, where exactly that hand is going to land. And there's definitely going to be slight inconsistencies in where that support hand lands. What I want to do is use that funnel and then roll the hand forward until it locks in place. Does it have to be in the form of a karate chop? No. If I want to have my hand, pre-curled, like it's going to land in the grip, that's fine. But what I will definitely do is under-rotate the grip a little bit and drive it into the intersection of that funnel and then roll the thumb forward, right? Once that funnel is seated, roll the thumb forward until the wrist locks kind of on the presentation to make sure that left hand lands in the same place in the gun every single time. Does that make sense so far? Okay, now we get to the fun stuff. How to get the firing hand on the gun. That's where things get a little bit more interesting. So we've always known there's a couple different ways to do this. The traditional method, starting from hands at sides, basically calls for you to start with your hands low, to bring your hand high, to bring your hand back down on the gun, to come back up out of the holster, right? And of course, there's some built-in inefficiency there because you're covering the same ground more than once. You're coming up, down, and then back up again. We've also always known, I certainly did not invent this thing that's generally referred to as the scoop draw. You can go back and watch, man, freaking old Wild West Bonanza, whatever. What do you see, man? They're starting behind the gun and you can't get that thing out of the holster, right? And the idea here being, I'm not coming up and then back down. I'm bringing my hand up to the gun and simply pulling it out of the holster as my hand sort of drives by the holster, if you will. What was always the problem with this? Well, man, if I'm not taking any time to index the web of my hand on the beaver tail, what are the chances I'm going to come up with a really poor grip, out of the holster? So I started thinking years ago, it's funny, we got a couple of appendix guys here today. The way that we usually draw from appendix is where my OWB draw actually came from. When you think about appendix and your body is kind of squeezed against the gun, do we usually index the gun by taking your thumb and trying to go and squeeze in there, build your master grip the same way we do OWB? Probably not, right? What we usually do is come in some version of a claw grip, especially if you're shooting some kind of a Glock or a gun that has a minimal beaver tail like that, coming into a kind of a claw grip. And what's the first part that touches the gun? Well, usually it's this middle finger, really under the trigger guard. It's kind of your index now. And we kind of grab the gun, come up from there, thumb drops in as you come out of the holster. So I started thinking, man, couldn't we do the same thing OWB, out of the waistband, right? I think about it like this, in terms of consistency of the grip. What's your target? What's the first part that touches the gun if you're doing the snatch or some version of the up and down? Usually we're taking that web of the hand and we're coming down and trying to hit the back of that beaver tail, right? That's kind of our index. But it's a pretty small target. And even if you've got, a bigger beaver tail gun like a Shadow 2, 2011, whatever it's going to be, it's still very possible, right, to grab the gun lower than you would intend, right? As you come up and down, there's not a very specific target, and you can definitely grab the gun in the wrong spot. I'm sure all of us have done that at least once or twice. With the middle finger index under the trigger guard, I now have a giant funnel. I'm basically using the back of this trigger guard, the back of my holster, and the underside of my grip as the two angles that I'm now driving my middle finger into the intersection of. I got this giant funnel where if I come up a little bit too low, I slide into the intersection. I come a little bit too high, I slide forward. I'm always coming up and forward at the same time, fighting for the intersection of those two angles for that middle finger. I would suggest you that first touch point is nearly impossible to miss, right? When you've got that big of a funnel, it is so hard to bring that middle finger up and miss that intersection. So now I'm guaranteed to at least be touching the gun in the same spot every single time. To build consistency here, I do like to start, not against the holster. Some people will start like this and ride the back of the holster up to that spot. I find that builds a little bit of inconsistency because you're kind of coming up and back, and again, it's possible to land low. I like to start a little bit behind the gun and come up and forward. I'll literally touch something on my holster with my thumb on my thumb screw or something like that to give me a little bit of space, and I'll come up and forward into that touch point. Right? Now, what you do from there depends on what kind of gun and holster you're working on a little bit. If you got something like I've got, no beaver tail really, you can just come straight to that claw grip if you want. Grab the gun straight up out of the holster to where it looks like you're basically never pausing at all. You're just coming straight up out of the holster with the gun. If you have a big beaver tail gun or you have a retention holster, you've got a little bit more work to do, right? So either you've got to leave enough space in the grip where you can now come sort of around that beaver tail, right, or come up to your retention and release that before the gun comes out of the holster. Either way, I still think the most efficient way to get your hand to the gun is coming just straight to the gun and around versus coming up and back down, would be my suggestion. right? This is not something you have to try today. If this is something that's brand new and you're not particularly interested in it, that is totally fine. Some people just come to my class specifically for this, so I at least talk through it, right? But that would be my suggestion for not only the most consistent way to build your grip on the pistol, but also the most efficient way to get your hand on the gun. You will notice that some holsters are set up better for this or worse for this. In other words, some holsters you'll see have a ton of material that are kind of back here in the way, right? Like they have big screws back here and stuff that make it kind of in the way of getting your finger to the gun. The Safariland holsters are actually set up kind of perfectly for this. A lot of the tier 1 holsters are great for this. Most of the gamer, style holsters are great for this. No material, kind of a clear. This is actually a custom one, tier 1 made for me. You can see like my trigger guard, it's almost like sticking out a little bit. Like it just has maximum exposure where I can drive this finger kind of right into the intersection is what I kind of look for there. Right? I think, did you have a question, man? You were raising?
I was going to ask, do you normally keep these 3 fingers together when you do this? Or
ideally, if you're allowed to, right? I mean, so it depends on context, obviously. Even in like some sports, like IPSC or whatever, like you're got to be like super neutral sometimes, like they'll get on you. But if I have the option, like I like to, in my make ready, like I'll get my hand in the position that I want it to touch the gun, which is like this, and I'm just not going to change anything. I don't change my wrist angle, I don't change my grip, I'm just going to lower it. So it just comes straight to the gun without anything having to change. Does that make sense?
The reason I ask is when I first started practicing scoop draws,
yeah,
I heard somebody say use your middle finger.
Right.
And so I was sticking my middle finger there and actually trying to attach it.
Right.
And then building the rest of it as I come up.
I do it all as one unit.
And then I've tried putting my fingers together a few times.
Right.
And I haven't really practiced it much.
Right.
So I don't know if this is, if I just need to practice it more. But sometimes my fingers will bind together in a weird way on the gun.
Okay.
I don't know if it's just like too much grip or whatever, but it'll change the way that this hand.
Yeah, I would almost like squeeze like those 3 fingers together, like try to connect them as one unit.
Okay.
Like so they're like locked in place, and it's just gonna come straight up, to where and nothing's gonna change.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. I'll give you a couple quick examples on this. I'm gonna kind of go in descending speed, just give you an idea what it looks like and how the draw kind of works at speed. So you guys already kind of saw like the 1 second version of this. Like, I mean, just you have all the time in the world, right? Bringing that gun up, that's a 101. If we go take like a 10th off that. Nice and controlled still, 0.71 to the white circle. Let's add a little bit more. That's kind of more your 0.61. Feeling pretty froggy today. Let's try one more. .46. Wow, that one was really quick. That's kind of what it looks like, right? Now, people will say, well, how practical is that in like a match or whatever? Not very. Like I very rarely have done, a 0.4 or a 0.5 in a match. So why does it matter? Because what determines when I can press the shot? Well, I've got to get that sight confirmation, right? When can I start the sight confirmation? Not until after the gun is out. So the sooner I can get the gun out and on target, the sooner I can start aiming. So as an example, I'm going to do that draw again. And I'm going to try to draw up that paster again in my head box. I want you to watch how long the gun sits on target before this shot breaks. It's able to sit there for a long time. Aim, press the trigger. 101, right? So now, when I'm aiming for like a 25-yard target or whatever, I can if I can get the gun out in half a second, I can sit there and stare at that dot for half a second and press that trigger nice and careful. And I'm, a half a second ahead of everybody else, even though it's a far difficult target. Like the aiming still started sooner. So it's not about, hey, you've got to get, 0.6 to first shot, in a match. It's not that. It's like I want to get the gun out as soon as possible so I can start the aiming process. And then when that first shot happens is completely dependent on target difficulty, right? Let me just talk about application here since we have a couple concealment fellers today. I'll talk about how this kind of concept applies to the concealment side of the house and a couple tips there. Okay. So now I got an extra thing to do before the gun comes out, right? I got to clear this garment. So first of all, how And where should I grab the garment? Belly button. Why?
Because that way you already know where it's at. It's a good index, and then you just.
Okay.
Can't miss it wherever your shirt is tucked in or not. Yeah, you can
Okay,
wear
so
a
that
separate shirt.
versus grabbing the hem, that's a great point. So obviously, if I go to, grab the hem, if I'm starting like this, is there any faster way to clear the garment versus just coming straight up with the hem? There is not, right? But if you're not starting like that, maybe I'm starting, hands out front, or even just like hands relaxed at sides, right? After I go about this for a second, do I know exactly where that hem is now? Not so much. And from one garment to the next, it's obviously going to be a different spot. And even if I do kind of know where it is, especially if I'm coming out from hands in front at all, when I come in, it's super easy to get hung up on that belt, right? So what works in any kind of position, any context, is some version of the slap grab. Right now, in terms of where to grab, pros and cons of grabbing high versus grabbing lower.
You might not get enough material if you're too high. You come back down to the.
You run a range of motion.
You should be wearing a long jacket.
All that stuff, right? So like when I come up high, right, now I end up going like this to get the gun out. And it's way far away from where I need to build the grip.
Looks like you're bullying yourself.
Correct. So the lower that I grab the shirt, the closer I'm going to be to where the gun comes out and I'm ready to build that grip again. So for some folks, right, depending on where your belly button is and how high your pants ride, all that kind of stuff, belly button may or may not be perfect or maybe too high. I think about it like, man, I want to grab as low as I can. Part of this is going to depend on how your gear is set up as well. One of the things that I really like about the Tier 1 Apex, which was a collab with my buddy Donovan Moore, is that I have the ability to really separate the gun and the magazine quite a bit, which gives me this area in between the two that I can grab. If my magazine was here, right, now I've got to grab above the gun, right? So now I've got an issue. But if I can separate that out more, now I've got this big space in between the two that I can grab, and the shirt, almost will tent over those 2 points also to give me some space where it's really a lot easier to kind of dig in and grab on that shirt and grab purchase, right? So I kind of go right in that V for me. Obviously, if you go sideways, I just made my shirt tighter and it hasn't actually cleared the garment at all, so I like to go vertical, right? Kind of get in there to where I can actually grab that material. The gun's almost out now and I haven't lifted at all, and now I've only got to lift to about right there, and the gun's out, right? Which is kind of perfectly in line to where that support hand is ready to come up and meet it. Let's think about how I get the firing hand on the gun now. Assume the garment is out of the way. Just like we talked about OWB, you're going to have a really hard time convincing me that the most efficient way to get your firing hand on the gun for, like, especially, wrist, any kind of wrist below belt start, is start with your hands low and then bring your hand up high and then come back down on the gun and then come back out of the holster. The same exact problem that I have for OWB, right? So I kind of don't do the stab. I don't do anything like that requires me to come down on the gun. I'm using that same middle finger index. I'm trying to get as close to the scoop draw as I can from IWB now, right? So I'm just coming up to the gun, digging those fingers in, and trying to come straight up out of the holster. I'll build a little bit of right to left English in there, right? Because again, I'm trying to go not only up, but forward into that intersection. So I'll typically start with my hand a little bit to the right, and I'm coming up and across to the left a little bit, digging that finger in, and coming straight up out of the holster to get that thing going as much as possible. I'm basically trying to cut down on what is the lag time from the time my hand touches the gun to when it's going up, right? If I go up and down, right, the clock is running from here to back here again before the gun's actually traveling up. Whereas if I come with that scoop, right, as the garment comes up, it's just coming straight to the gun and right up out of the holster with essentially no measurable delay. Now, when I'm using that middle finger index, again, this is partially gear dependent in the idea that, again, I've got my gear set up where there's a nice space here where the grip is sitting nice and high above the belt, and I can dig those fingers in really easily. If you either are trying to go for like super deep concealment, feel like you have to run your gun lower, you're running a smaller gun that kind of requires that, or you have a crappy holster that doesn't allow you to adjust it, and it's sitting down on the belt, well, obviously, then you're going to get jammed up and you try to ram those fingers in there. You're probably going to have to use some kind of thumb index or come down the gun to build the grip. But if you have actually good gear that allows you to customize it and you can get away with running that gun a little bit higher, it's going to be way quicker using that middle finger index up under the gun. Does that make sense so far? Questions on any of that? No? Okay. We're going to break this down into a couple micro drills, work this really quickly, and then we have got to get on to transitions before we wrap up for the day. First thing we're going to work on, getting the support hand to your index position or clearing the garment in the case of IWB, and getting your firing hand consistently on the gun where you want it every single time. To do this, we're going to isolate just that part of the process. So, on the beat of the timer, I'm literally just going to move both hands at the same time. One's going to go to the gun, the other's going to go to my index spot. My garment cleared where I want it and where this hand land, right? We'll then go to stage 2. So coming out to where the two come together. So I'm literally going to come out to wherever the marriage starts. And stop there. And what am I assessing? Number 1, is this part of the grip right? Did this land where it's supposed to, and where did that intersection happen? Did it happen down here close to the holster? Or is it happening like out here for some reason? Right? So I'm just going to come right to where the hands come together. Right to this spot. Then I'm going to go all the way out to the dot on target. And I'm really assessing here, not only A, how did my grip land, but how did my dot arrive on target? How and where? So did it come up and land in the right spot, or did it come up and land over here? Number 1. Number 2, if it landed in the right spot, did it come up and stop right where I'm looking, or did it go and then land? Right? Trying to get it to come up and predictably, quietly, under control, come up and land and stop kind of right where I'm looking. And then we'll work on some shooting based on the confirmation levels. Cool? You understand what we're doing? Kind of came up with was the billy drill standard. So what we're simply going to do is 3 bill drills, right? So 6 rounds from the holster. We'll do it from 7, from 15, and from 25 yards. 3 separate strings, right? So we'll stand at 7, draw, shoot 6 rounds. Everybody go back to 15. Everybody draw, shoot 6 rounds from 15, etc. We'll add up your 3 raw times, and then we'll do time plus for the hits, right? So we'll add half a second for every Charlie, a full second for every Delta, and 5 seconds for any mics, right? Additionally, has to be 6 rounds. Has to be 6 rounds. So if you shoot 5 and leave it, that's a mic. If you shoot 7, your time stands, and your worst 6 hits count. Right? So you lose your best hit, right? So it's got to be 6. Got to be 6. You do get 1 mulligan draw per yard line, right? So you go to draw that thing, get hung up in your cover garment, whatever it is. That's not the main thing this exercise is designed to test. That's okay. You can go ahead and recover and you get a do-over. However, once you fired your first round, you are committed, right? Obviously, I'm going to start down that end. I will shoot it first because I feel like I'm supposed to. However, that should not be seen as like a demonstration of pace, right? Obviously, you cannot. This is set up to where you cannot miss fast enough to win. I guarantee, right? So you should be shooting at a pace that you can collect the alphas. Is kind of how I think about it, right? So I'm going to be focused on the confirmation level. We're using 7, 15, 25 yards because it's good opportunities to kind of work those confirmation levels. 1, 2, and 3 we worked on so far today off of the draw, along with your trigger press, along with your grip, along with your recoil control. Basically, all the things worked on so far are kind of going to be tested, right? So we'll start at that end. I'll shoot it first. We'll then go one at a time, obviously. As I'm coming down the line, if you want to be dry firing your draws or whatever, you can. Please just be ready when I get to you, right? So that you're not going to have to wait on you to load or anything like that. When I get to you, it's me, are you ready? Stand by, beep. Are you ready? Stand by, beep. I'm just going to kind of go down, make notes of those times, and we'll do the whole line one after another. We will have to stop to paste and score after each yard line, primarily to avoid any argument over doubles when you all inevitably miss back at the 25, okay? So we're gonna pace and score for each yard line. So when you're done shooting and everyone's clear, we call down range, grab a few pasters, go to your target. Please make sure that you do not paste your target until I have scored it. I trust you guys, but I will be doing the scoring. Thank you very much. So wait until I've come to your target. I'll start on that end. I'll score my way down. Don't worry about scoring my target. It's not super important. We can leave that, right? But we'll work our way down. Once I've gotten to you, go ahead and paste up, and then we'll recover back to the next yard line, get through this really quick, and then we'll hit our transition stuff. All right, scores are posted. You want to see them. Couple notes, right? So when it comes to like assessment exercises like this, number 1, I like to say a couple things. I like exercises like this that no matter what you do, you leave with a score. This is not, in order to have any kind of standard, obviously it has to be pass-fail. Like, there has to be a standard. However, I strongly dislike, when it's like, hey man, you have to shoot all alphas in this time, and therefore, like, you often, if you shoot one Charlie, you just leave with a score that says fail, because then it's like, man, how do you track progression over time? Also, like, in terms of like performance, again, not talking like team standards, that kind of thing. You have to have the standard, right? But when it comes to performance shooting standards, like, there is no such thing. Like, I can't draw the line and say, hey man, here's the Billy Joel standards. The standard's 10 seconds. If you shoot it in 10:01, you suck. But if you shoot it in 9:99, right? Like, what? Like, it's not a thing, right? Additionally, again, like, we've got different equipment, different skill levels, all that kind of thing. So the point of an assessment like this should be, in my mind, yes, to let you know where you're at, but also to help you identify, like, what's the lowest hanging fruit? What's the biggest thing that held you back if your score is not where you want it? And then be able to track progression over time as you improve. I think the way that you get better at an exercise like this, like if you want to use it to get better as a shooter, is not by shooting the drill over and over again. Because that'll help you get better at shooting this drill. Doesn't necessarily make you a better, well-rounded shooter. Maybe a little bit, but you're missing a lot, right? What I'd rather you do is look at the score and say, okay, like, what is the biggest thing that's holding me back? Hey, man, for some reason, my 15-yard build drill is like the same time or faster than my 7-yard. Well, you did one of them wrong. Right? Like, you either were going too slow up close, or you, like, went balls to the wall at 15, like, something went wrong. Right? There should be an adjustment there we should be able to make. Hey, man, my accuracy at 25 is the problem. Hey, man, my draw is holding me back. Right? What is it? What's the biggest thing that's holding you back that you can go target? Go isolate, work on that thing, grow, show improvement, come back, shoot it in context of the drill, and then hopefully you'll be able to see a change in your score in terms of the overall assessment. Right? Again, your goal is your score. I was out here one time, actually, at this range, shooting a class, and I think I didn't do super well today. I shot like a 7-something, and somebody shot like a 32, right? And that guy was like, he looked at my score, and he was like, oh, well, I see what my goal is for next time. And I was like, no. No, you don't go from a 32 to a 7 all at once. Like, that's not how that works, right? You shot a 32, your goal is a 31 tomorrow. Right? You got to beat your score. Like, you have to show linear progression over time. That's how you don't grow all at once, fix all the problems all at once, right? But for funsies, if you're going to give out a patch or whatever, the standard is 10 seconds, as I'm sure some of you know. We have one to give out for lucky shooter number 3. Not lucky. He burned it down.
I did.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, man.
Nicely done. Speed up and get your hits patch with a score of 898. Beat it by a whole second. So very, very nicely done.
Thank you.
Questions on that so far? All ready for some transitions? Let's do it. We're going to talk to a few things. Obviously, again, most of you, like, target transitions is not a new concept to you, but we're going to talk through some basics really quick, just make sure we're starting from a good baseline. We're going to hyper-isolate a couple really key things, and then we'll get onto some more interesting stuff that'll probably be newer for most of you, and we'll explore some new concepts, right? Target transitions, right? I'd say, up front, for shooters from different backgrounds and so forth, understand, of course, this is not a scenario drill, right? When you have multiple targets, we're like, hey, I want you to shoot, each target twice as fast as possible, that kind of thing. This is not a scenario. I'm not saying, hey, you've got 2 bad guys in front of you, and like, no, that's not the idea, right? What we're working on is a mechanic, which is absolutely applicable in different environments. The mechanic here is transitioning from one target to another. But this is the exact same skill that's required. So far today, we've been all lined up one target exactly in our center, and that's your point of aim, perfectly aligned, not having to adjust at all. What if you go into a room, as an example, and you don't know where the target's going to be, and I see a target that's over here, not centered to me, and I've got to drive my gun to that target and get around on it as soon as possible. Exact same mechanic as your basic target transition, right? So this can be applied all kinds of ways, but we're working on the efficiency of getting the gun from one place to the next as efficiently as possible. A couple key things that are going to be super important here. Number one, when we start thinking about making transitions fast, just like the draw, we tend to think about hand speed as a secret ingredient. Like, hey, man, you got to drive the gun harder. You got to move the gun faster. Turns out, not really the secret ingredient. for a couple reasons. I'll make a quick example here to start with. I'm just going to start the timer so that's running. Okay, let me use target 7 and 8. So I'm just going to move my gun back and forth between these two targets. Everybody got ears? So if I was to move my gun back and forth kind of like so, am I like moving the gun aggressively or even quickly at all?
No.
I would say no, right? Nice and easy. Casual, you might say. Now, I'm going to try not to speed it up at all, but if I keep moving it like this and I simply press the trigger as I do so, right? 0.22 split between those two targets, right? A lot of people would consider that a fast split on one target. That's transition time. Didn't require me to move the gun fast at all. What did it require? Well, I was actually kind of leaving target 1 a little bit by the time the gun went off, right? I was basically, as soon as the gun broke, as soon as the shot broke on target 1, I was off immediately. I didn't even let the sights recover back and be like, yep, that's a good shot, and then leave. As soon as the trigger broke, leaving target 1 immediately. And then, of course, as soon as I got to target 2, like right as soon as the dot crossed the perf, firing immediately, right, based on the required confirmation level on target 2. That really is a secret ingredient. Now, to be fair, the wider the transition is, right, am I saying you should transition like 1, 2? Of course not. However, when we overemphasize the idea of driving the gun harder, what tends to happen? Let's say you guys are my 2 targets, right? We'll see this a lot. Right? You put too much into it, man, and all of a sudden the gun is not arriving precisely on that point of aim to the next target, right? And so really, leaving sooner in terms of your exit off of the first target, and then being ready to shoot sooner when you get to the next target are the really, really key crucial things there. A couple things that are really important, right? So obviously the exit we talked about already, very simple concept, leaving sooner. As soon as that trigger breaks, we're leaving immediately, right? We're not letting the dot lift and come back to that target and then leaving. As soon as the trigger breaks, bam, we're off of it, on to the next target. Now, getting to the next target. Obviously, if I want to be ready to shoot as soon as possible, I got to get the gun to land in the right spot and not require any corrections after that, right? What's going to enable me to get the gun to land in exactly the right spot on target? Vision. Steering wheel for the gun. It's the only thing that's giving the gun instructions on where to go. So should the eyes get to that next target before or after the gun? Before. Not the same time, before. So I can get my eyes to the gun ahead of time, to the target ahead of time, giving that gun instructions on where to go, so I can get the gun over there, right? What I'm not suggesting is that you're going to shoot and then look and then move the gun. That would obviously be inefficient. But if you exit with both at the same time, eyes and gun, leave the target same time. The eyes, you can move way faster than the gun. So if it's a really short transition, I should be able to flick the eyes, right? As the gun comes over, I'm just flicking the eyes. It doesn't even require any head movement. If it's a super wide transition, I can really, get the head way ahead of the gun as the eyes come over, giving my gun instructions on where exactly it's going to go as early in that process as possible, right? Just like we talked about with the draw. Even if I start that movement with speed, especially on a wide transition, obviously, if I want the gun to come in and land not only precisely, but predictably, I'm going to have to slow the thing down before it gets there, right? Put the brakes on at some point. So even if I start with speed on this transition, right, I'm able to drive it to a certain point where the brakes have to come on as I bring the gun on target with control, right? Something like, right, just bringing it on the target with a little bit more control. So what percentage of the way through do you think would be gas versus brakes? Like how much of the way through do I start slowing that thing down? Halfway?
Depends on the confirmation. Yeah, it really just depends.
How would it depend on confirmation level?
I mean, if you only see a splash of red, you can probably bank on less brakes towards the end. Or if you need more precise, you could.
I don't like that. And the reason is, right?
Okay.
The reason is, it's a totally intuitive way of thinking. However, if you are using a predictive aiming scheme, it means you're not really aiming that shot and you're relying just on a natural index. So in other words, if I'm saying, hey, I'm not going to aim the shot and I'm also going to bring the gun on target more aggressively and not direct it to the middle of the target as carefully, but I'm also not going to aim it. This seems like a combination of things that are unlikely to result in alphas. So I still want the gun to go to the middle of the target,
But it
no matter what.
on the gun, right? Like a bigger gun might be heavier, so you can't just
Great
say
point.
80%.
Great point.
Because one person might be able to slow down a lighter gun.
So it does depend on mainly two things, right? So number one, how far is transition? So if I got super close transition like you guys, and I go 1, 2, 3, 4, what percentage of that was gas versus brakes? Really not even a thing, right? It was hardly target transition. And I'm really just recovering the gun and recoil to a slightly different spot, right? Versus a super wide one where it's like, okay, now I can see where the brakes come on. So how wide is transition? Also, to your point, how heavy is the gun, right? So if I got a super heavy gun, it could take more effort to slow the thing down, for sure. So I'm going to have to put the brakes on a little bit sooner. That's something you have to experiment with for yourself. There is no exact answer for you. You got to kind of experiment, hey, on different sizes of transitions, how far can I kind of push this thing versus where do the brakes have to come on to bring the gun on to kind of target with control. Here's another thought for you. Does it ever make sense on transition to kind of be bringing the gun in and back out, or should I always be leaving the gun out on transition? Again, presuming I'm in an open space and I'm not working around something.
I mean,
greater than 90 degrees.
You're cheating.
I guess you'd have a more straight line, number one.
Aha!
And then there's also like ice skaters, if they want to go faster, they bring their body in closer,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, 100%. So if I have a close transition, would I ever go? Of course not, right? Let's go to extreme though. Let's say I got a 180 degree transition, right? What's going to be more efficient? Going like this or going like this? Straight across, right? What? First of all, which, like to your point, which one's the farther distance? Swinging it around or going straight across in a straight line? Straight line, right? Also, great point. Conservation of angular momentum. The analogy I like to use. You ever as like a kid or whatever getting like a spinny office chair and you spin around in circles, and if you stick your feet out, it slows down, and you pull it in and it goes faster. Right when that mass is closer to your pivot point, if you will, way easier to move that thing quicker. Same thing here. Where is it easy to move the gun quicker? Swinging it out here or going like nice and close to the body? Way easier to move that gun quicker across open space. Thirdly, think about how the gun arrives on target. Right, so when you do the swing, I'm swinging it across and trying to go and getting to stop. Versus if I could bring it straight across, it's much more like a draw or presentation straight to that target where there's not any like left or right English on it so much to pull it off of the target, right? So the obvious question becomes, how wide now does the transition have to be before it starts to make sense to bring the gun in at least some? Some folks that have taken this class before have already answered for us, giving us a rough idea. Again, I think it depends. Again, how heavy is your gun, that kind of stuff. We mentioned Eric Rafael earlier. You know, he has kind of set 90 degrees as a baseline for folks to think about, and I really do agree with that. I think it works out pretty close, right? So if I've got a target, you know, straight down range and one straight to my left, I'm probably not going to bring the gun in at all. I'm just going to simply bring the gun from one point to the next. As I start to get in a little bit wider than that, I'm still not going to, you know, do the whole tactical bring it in, punch it out thing. But if you think about it again, instead of, if these are 2 points I'm bringing the gun to, if I draw a straight line between those two, instead of swinging it, right, what if I bring the gun in sort of across that straight line, if you will, a little bit? Am I going to increase the efficiency of how I bring the gun onto the target? Again, the other thing I'll think about there a little bit is kind of the muzzle angle as well. So I'm coming on this target, instead of coming like this, right, and swinging across, I'll almost try to take that muzzle and steer it into the target a little bit as it comes in, right? So that it's actually coming more, you know, straight onto the target, just to help with the precision of how it kind of lands, right? Yes, sir.
What about the application to your first 2 arrays here
What about it?
when you're actually like moving while you're transitioning?
Even better, right? So particularly if I'm leaning like this, and now I've got to step that way as I transition that way, right? What's going to be easier? Going like this, as I come over, right? Or coming out of here and going. It helps with the momentum on the movement as well. Think about if I was not doing a transition, I was just moving. A lot of us do the elbow throw thing, right? You come out and you go to help you move. It's almost the same thing, but now you're transitioning with the gun. You're just bringing it across. right? So it's a great application for it. 100%. Question on any of that? Not going to have time to experiment with all that stuff today, but a list of things that you can play with for yourself on transition mechanics. By the way, a lot of this can be done in dry fire, right? But my preferred way to work on this, kind of work through the mechanics, right, is I'll get in some kind of area, have a target on the 180 to my left, on the 180 to my right, and kind of a fan downrange, right? And I'll work all the different sizes of transitions, right, experimenting with those different mechanics on different sizes and figuring out, okay, how far can you drive the gun versus where the brakes need to come on and so forth, right? We're going to kind of work on that here in the context of just these two targets, right? So we're going to start with hyper isolation, one shot on each target, starting the same way we have been, gun out, sights on target. I'll make a couple quick examples here for you. Everybody want eyes and ears? So what I'm going to have you guys do is still start off just firing the one round on your first target, but then transition to the second target and not fire the second one yet. Just observe how the gun lands. Notice how the gun lands. Does it land in the right spot? Does it land quietly and predictably, right? So first of all, check out this exit. Tell me if it looks like I'm exiting target 7 here appropriately on the beep. I guess it would help if I turn my timer back on. Here we go. Thoughts? No? Why?
You landed, settled, and then decided to move it over.
I thought it was pretty good. No? Okay, I'll try it again. No?
You let it settle. You got up on recoil.
See the difference, right? Leaving as soon as that trigger breaks, like well before the gun comes back down on target. Now, I want you to notice, I'll do a couple more. I want you to notice how the target lands on the next target to the right, right? Tell me what you notice here. Overdrive, right? You see the gun start off fast, but it's going, and now I've got to come back to the middle before I'm ready to shoot, right? How about this one? Not enough, right? Not enough. And this one's super interesting. I'm gonna have to kind of artificially induce this, but we see this at matches all the time. Tell me what you notice here. What'd you see?
Not a straight line.
Not a straight line, right? Why does this happen? Happens all the time when guys are following the gun over with their eyes, right? Over here on the stage, we've got targets at all kinds of different heights, right? And targets will be like this. And you'll shoot this target and you come over and you go, oh yeah, no, it's up here, right? Super great indication. You see that happening, man, your eyes were not over there first, acquiring the target and telling the gun where to go, right? Obviously more what we're looking for. Right, just bringing it over, stopping it on the spot. By the way, this is free extra reps of trigger control at speed. So your first target should look like that. Right? Lock your eyes on, be aiming, have your grip right. Be sending those first rounds in the middle. Really just be assessing where that dot is landing on the next target. Make sense? Let's try it. So left to right and then up, right? Draw 2 to the A zone, 2 to this A zone, 2 in the credit card, 2 in the credit card. I'm saying 2 in the credit card, not in the head box. Try to put them in the credit card, right? So now we've got a couple things. We've got more transitions to do. We got that draw and the grip building piece. And we've got multiple levels of confirmation that we probably need to work through. So what level of confirmation do you think I should be using on that bottom A zone? 5-yard open target, baby. Let's go. Send it. Confirmation 1. How about that credit card? 2-ish. 2.5? I hear a 3. What do you think? Any other votes?
Sticking at 5 yards.
Huh?
Sticking at 5 yards.
To guarantee a credit card. Yes, at 5 yards though.
Yeah, I'm at 2.5.
2.5. Okay. By far, at this exercise, 2.5 is the most common answer. Now, let's think about what is the difference between confirmation 2 and confirmation 3 on this target. Here's what confirmation 2 says. when my dot comes down in recoil, right? I've got to wait for it to get here before I can shoot. But I don't have to wait for it to get there. That's confirmation 3. That's the difference. What the heck is 2.5, please tell me? What's the difference between that? It's not a thing, gentlemen. What do you think the difference in split times is on that credit card between confirmation 2 and confirmation 3? You're literally waiting for the dot to travel that far. That's the difference. What's the difference in split time? Nowhere near a tenth. Few hundredths, probably, right? Like nothing. Nothing. Now, what's the difference in confidence of guaranteeing an alpha?
I think it's the perception of how still the dot is before you pull the trigger.
It is a perception thing. So here's the question, right? Can you guarantee an alpha using confirmation 2? Are you going to guarantee me 4 alphas in the credit card using confirmation 2? If the answer is yes, by all means, send it. Let's see it. If the answer is no, then what should you do? Confirmation 3. Spend the 300ths to give me an alpha, man. Right? Now, again, the confirmation levels aren't universal. So if you say, hey, man, I'm going to use confirmation 2.5, again, you just got to tell me what that means. What is it? How do you know if you use that or not? You say, well, the dot doesn't have to be still stopped in the middle, but I need a full prep. Okay, cool. You've got your own formula, and you can tell me what it is, and you can execute it, and you can assess if you used it or not. Great. But if you're just like, vaguely somewhere, no, now you're thinking pace, dude. That's not a real thing. It's not an aiming scheme. You don't have a strategy for how you're going to address the target. You're just like, what you're really telling me is, well, I need confirmation 3 to guarantee the hits, but I want to go fast. Nope. Not a way to think about it. What do you need to see to give me the results that you want? Right? I'll make a couple examples here for you. Again, not universal answers here. You know, what confirmation level you pick is based upon skill level and equipment, right, among everything else. So you got to come up with those answers for yourself. I'm just trying to help you think through how to come to these conclusions, right, when you're picking these confirmation levels. I'll make a couple examples here for you, transitioning a couple different ways and using a couple different engagement schemes on some of the different targets. And kind of tell me what you notice here, or where are the biggest opportunities to improve efficiency through here. So here's example number 1. Okay, 366. What'd you kind of notice?
Seems like you shot everything just about the same.
Okay, so the same engagement strategy, like the last head box was a 14 split. What confirmation level do you think that is? Can only be 1. There's not enough time for any kind of reaction happening there. So confirmation 1, that happened to be 2 alphas, but I kind of got lucky on it, right? It wasn't on purpose. Didn't get 2 alphas on the right side, right? So basically the same engagement scheme for all 4. What else did you notice?
After that second shot, then you moved instead of...
What do you mean?
You didn't break, and the eyes didn't drive the gun to the next spot.
So slow on my exits, on the transitions. So on this one, you should notice that the shooting on like the credit card specifically is going to slow down significantly. It's going to be way slower shooting, but I'll try to improve that efficiency note on the transitions. Tell me what you notice different about this one. Way slower on those head boxes. That was a 33 split. I doubled the split on that head box, right? But what did I do? Guaranteed 4 alphas on the credit cards. What happened to our time? Went from a 366 to a 286 because of transitions. Again, when you notice you're behind on times, you want to improve your results on an exercise, whether it's a stage or just any kind of dynamic course of fire, man. It's like, okay, you know, I had a 14 split on the head box, but I noticed I'm a second behind where I should be. How much time am I going to save out of that 14 split? Can I get that any faster? Yeah, maybe I could take 200s off of it if I'm really screaming. 200s. Can I get fast enough on those splits to find a second? No. But if I have a 60 transition, could I maybe find a way to cut that in half and save 3/10 in one chunk? Yeah, right? So we got to focus on, hey, when it comes to your splits and these targets, right, the confirmation level you're using, how aggressively you're aiming and pressing the trigger on these targets, man. Again, think about it in terms of what do I need to guarantee the results? And then everywhere that's not shooting, everything in between the shooting, like my transitions, like my draw, like my movement, trying to shrink all those times down as much as I possibly can in between the shooting to make the biggest difference in my overall time while also guaranteeing the points. Does that make sense? Everybody understand what we're doing? Questions? Comments? Snide remarks? Okay, let's try it. Okay, we're going to approach this from a couple different angles. There's going to be some specific points of learning. But to start with, I want to kind of think about it like this. A lot of times we go to the range and we use this BB boy, you know? But it's like, okay, if I'm shooting some kind of standards exercise where, you know, I know what a good time should be. Hey, I'm shooting a 7-yard build drill. I know what the people say, you know, is good. Then maybe you have kind of a par you're shooting for, right? But what about if I'm shooting, you know, that's only good for like the context of that exercise, which if you get around top shooters much, you'll notice we don't shoot a whole lot of standard exercises. We're shooting up just random stuff, changing it all the time, trying to become well-rounded against a wide variety of circumstances, right? So when you're shooting something you've never shot before and never seen anyone else shoot before, what is this thing actually telling you? You know? So we'll use this as an example of a way that we can look at some data on the timer and maybe extrapolate some things that will be interesting for us in terms of kind of diagnosing where's the low-hanging fruit, where do we have room, you know, to kind of improve the most on an exercise like this. This is going to be really, really simple. Depending on where you stand, you know, things will look a little bit different. But the idea here is you stand on your cone. What you should have left to right is, you know, open paper, a steel in the middle, and then a second open paper. Very simple exercise, not easy but simple. All you're going to do is draw 2 rounds on paper, 1 round on steel, 2 rounds on paper. That's it, in that order. I'll make a quick example for you. Kind of pay attention. Let me know where you think, you know, have an idea, if you will, about where you think the biggest opportunities to improve are in terms of efficiency. And then we'll look at the data on the timer, and we'll see what it has to say, right? So here's the first example of how we can kind of shoot this. Okay, 250 total time. So what I wrote down here is DSTTS, right? So draw, split, transition, split. Here's the data that I have available to me on my timer, right? So my draw, you know, 113. I'm doing that kind of slow on purpose so I can make it super, super consistent, right? 14 split on that first target. 0.60 transition onto the steel. 0.57 off of the steel. 0.16 split for a total of 250. I kind of ruined that. I can't write, apparently. 250, right? So either at what you heard or what you kind of noticed here in the numbers, like what's the number here, especially if you haven't seen this drill before. We got some cheaters. If you haven't seen this drill before, what's kind of the number that doesn't make sense to you? How so?
I mean, we were just shooting 2 targets with a 0.2 transition almost. And
okay.
This is not that much farther. It might take a little bit second more.
Aha. Okay. So let's pause there. Quick aside. What confirmation level should I be using on the paper? I would say 1. Yeah, for sure. What about the steel? Everyone's scared to say 2.5 again. I hear 2. Let me ask you this question. Is there any difference between how we aim at steel versus how we aim at paper? Had a GM in class a couple months ago. He had a really good way of articulating that thought. He said steel is binary. Like, yeah, that's true. It's either a hit or a miss. That's it. Only 2 options. Unlike paper. So in other words, on paper, man, what do I want to hit on the paper? The alpha, right? But what happens if I miss what I want to hit by just a little bit? You get a Charlie. If I get a few Charlies now and again, does that make me really sad on the inside? Not so much, Steve point. If I shoot all alphas all the time, people are going to be mad at you. They're going to be, hey man, you're not shooting enough Charlies. You're not going fast enough. So you almost want a few Charlies, right, on a stage. So in other words, at match pace, if my dot is kind of hanging out over here on the edge of the perf, of the alpha, is that good enough? Am I just going to send it? Probably, for being honest. I'm going to send it, right? And that's fine, right? Why? It's a 50-50 shot of either an alpha or a Charlie, either which are acceptable in moderation, okay? So it's okay if it settles on the kind of the outside where it's hanging off of the edge of what I want to hit. What about if I got a big piece of steel? Now what do I want to hit? The steel. What happens if I miss what I want to hit on the steel by a little bit? Not a dang thing. Nothing. So now at match pace, if my dot is hanging off the edge of what I want to hit, is that good enough? Should I just send it? No. So how do I aim at steel? Although it is binary, there is only one scoring zone. I almost have to imagine there is an alpha because I want a little bit of forgiveness there. So I almost have to imagine there is an alpha in the middle of the steel that I'm aiming for, that I need to see the dot in, right? So if I do move the gun a little bit when I press the trigger, or by the way, there's a little bit of a cone of accuracy in your gun as we get further back, that kind of a thing. It's like, hey man, like what, most of you guys in slow fire, back of this distance, right? 17 yards, something like that. What's your average group size at 15? If it's 3 inches and you do stop your dot on the edge of the alpha, but your group's this big, the shot could be over here, right? That's kind of what we're dealing with. So when it comes to steel, you almost have to imagine there is that smaller A zone in the middle that you are aiming for. Now, that steel is about that big. It's barely bigger than an alpha at 15. And if I now realize that I need some forgiveness there, and my dot kind of needs to be inside of this area to kind of hit it. If I was trying to hit a scoring zone that big at 15, what confirmation level would you use?
3.
Probably 3. Also, again, what's the difference between confirmation 2 and confirmation 3? Confirmation 2 says, if this is the steel, the whole thing, okay, the dot has to get to here before you shoot, but you don't have to wait for it to get there like you would with confirmation 3. How much time does it take for the dot to traverse half of that plate at 15 yards? Not long. But how much more confident are you at shooting a first round impact on steel if you stopped the dot in the middle versus trying to go and shoot it on the way by? Something to think about. How much time right now at matches are you spending, if you shoot matches, shooting makeups on steel? Some of you guys that shoot matches, spent 4 seconds trying to hit that thing this morning. Just bam, 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 ding. Right? How much time would it have taken you to actually stop the dot in the middle the first time and have your trigger prepped and send a first round impact? Maybe an extra quarter second, if that, and it would have saved you 3 seconds.
I feel attacked.
Put it on the review.
It really is that simple, right? It really is. I feel like everyone here has the ability to hit that steel the first time, every time. You just have to wait to stop the dot in the middle and have your trigger prepped if you need to. Send that first round impact. I just fix it for you. You never have to shoot a makeup on steel ever again. Easy.
Just hit it the first time.
Just hit it the first time. You just have to have the patience to do it and stop thinking about confirmation 2.5. Okay? That's what it is. Stop the dot in the middle. Okay? So if I let's say I am going to call that a confirmation 3 target. Again, I'm not going to tell you one way or another. But let's say I am going to call it a confirmation 3 target. It's going to take me a touch more time to stop the dot in the middle of that basically 15-yard A zone, right? Now, I'm coming back to a confirmation 1, though. How much time should it take me to get the dot from there to there? Nowhere near as long, right? So the big problem, honestly, to me, is not this first 60. It's what the heck is that? Why did that one take so long? Right? So here's another example. We'll kind of see what the difference is here. Still being as careful as I need to be to guarantee that first round impact on steel. But we see a significantly different behavior coming off of the steel. Right? So now our numbers, I think I got a little bit faster on the draw by accident. 0.91, pretty much same split. Okay, 0.53, pretty much the same transition there. Maybe saved a couple hundredths. But now a 0.15 transition off of the steel, okay, into a 0.13. So right there, say like 0.4 of a second on one transition. Now multiply that action times how many transitions do you have on a stage, right? Where if you're approaching it on a cadence or a rhythm and not actually being as aggressive as those confirmation levels allow you to be on the proper transitions, how much time are you burning on a stage like that? Just on transitions. Again, did that cost me bad hits on the target? No. Again, it's a 5-yard open target. I can be very aggressive and still guarantee the points. It didn't cost me anything. I just had to make sure I saw what I needed to see on the steel to empower me to leave immediately and explode to the paper. This is kind of a style of training I borrowed from my fellow howitzer teammate, JJ Ricazza. I highly recommend training with him. You give it a chance. Awesome, awesome class. He calls it attack control. So it's a little bit like of a simplified version of the confirmation levels, right? So these close paper, he would call attack targets. Why? I don't know about you guys. I'm not planning on missing those anytime soon, right? I can kind of guarantee hits on those, right? That steel, on the other hand, we're about to see some makeups on steel. I hate to tell you, right? We're going to see some makeups, right? So it's a little bit more of a risky target, right? Where you might need to shoot a makeup now and again. Therefore, my priority is accuracy. Because I can guarantee hits here, priority is speed. Because I can't necessarily guarantee hit on the farther, more difficult targets, I have to work for those hits a little bit more. Priority is accuracy, right? Now, how many of us are shooting steel and like waiting to hear the ding before we leave? Right? Again, if you stop your dot in the middle of that plate and have your trigger prepped, you're going to send a hit on it. Which tells me if I check those two boxes, I now no longer have to wait for the ding. The way I try to think about this is, I want to be shooting that next paper before my bullet even makes its way to the steel. Getting off of it, because I know where it's going. Why? I saw the dot stop on the plate. I have a trigger prepped. I know for sure I sent the hit, right? So now, not only did that 0.05 extra pause guarantee me a first round impact on steel to where I don't have to shoot a makeup, it also enabled me to get off the steel sooner with confidence I don't have to come back. So it's faster and more accurate. It's faster and more accurate. And it enables me to explode to that paper with aggression. Okay? So we're going to have two requirements for a passing run on this drill. Okay? Number one, first round impact on your control targets. Gotta be. No time standard on steel. Send me a first round impact. Whatever you got to do to guarantee that, make it happen. If that means confirmation 3, stop the dot in the middle, have your trigger prepped, do it. Whatever you got to do to guarantee that first round impact. Number 2, we're going to blend that transition from the steel into the paper. What do I mean by that? You'll notice that because I'm not, again, it's not really a transition. I'm just recovering. It's so close. I'm recovering my sights in recoil to a slightly different spot. There's not really extra transition time there, which means that it can be about the same time as a split, within a couple hundredths. Which means if I was facing up range and I listened to you shoot this exercise, what it should kind of sound like is I'll hear you draw and go 1, 2 on the first target, pause as you go to the steel, and then I'll hear 1, 2, 3. It'll sound like you shot 3 shots on one target, right? Because it's literally just 2 splits. They're about the same. So it's going to sound like 3 shots on one target. So first round, 2 requirements. First round impact on steel. Make that steel to paper transition sound like 3 shots on one target. Kind of blend that together, okay? Now you've got to be careful with this concept. Obviously, I wouldn't take this idea of cadence like onto a stage and be like, I'm going to make it sound like this. No. But thinking about this cadence right now is a tool to help you push to do this thing properly fast, right? We'll work to gain some control over time. So again, 2 requirements. First, round impact on steel. Blend that second round transition. We've got 3 lines of this set up. We'll kind of break up into some small groups. We'll run these individually. So here's 3 timers. Here's 1 for here. 1 for there. And then where'd I put the other one?
In your bag.
1 for the other side, right? So grab a timer. Run it for your buddy. When one shooter comes up, right? I want the same shooter to run it, at least 3-4 times in a row, right? Kind of work through the hiccups. Get used to it. Work through the problems till you get a couple good passing runs or run out of ammo. Go top off, next guy in line, come up. Kind of work through it. It's going to be difficult to look at the timers because we've got multiple people running, right? But if you happen to have a good, clean run and you want to look at the timers, what I'm not really interested in is the total time. That's going to be different for everybody, right? You're shooting from concealment, going to be a couple tenths behind. It's not like a total time thing I'm interested in. Only thing I'd really be interested in is what's that transition time from the steel to the paper. That's the real thing we're trying to tune in on. Make sense? Line's hot. Whenever you guys want to get after it, again, hop in line, get a few good runs in, and we'll change it up a little bit. All right. Y'all didn't know you were going to have to do math. Okay, so on that first exercise we had, where we had paper, steel, paper, right? Using that kind of attack control moniker, if you will, the way we would kind of write it, that first exercise that we did would be, attack, control, attack. Attack, ACA, right? Paper, steel, paper. And what we mentioned is like the way it would sound if I were like looking away uprange and just listening to you shoot the thing, it would sound like you would draw and shoot 2 rounds on that first target. And then because we're blending the control into the attack, it would sound like you shot 3 rounds on another target, is what the exercise would sound like. Right? Everybody tracking that piece so far? Okay, now, again, everything's going to be a little bit different depending on where you stand and so forth. But from right here, if I stand on the cone, what I see left to right is partial, open, steel, open, partial. Right? So, using the ACA thing, what would my letters be left to right? What's attack versus control?
Control, attack, control, attack, control.
Cock. Okay, so there's my left to right. Now, what's it going to sound like left to right? What would my numbers be?
3. It'll be 3 would be the first one, right? 1, 2, 3, but they're kind of a far transition.
Except that is a control, but because it's paper, it needs 2 rounds now.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so 4.
4? It's just not like 1, 2, 3, 4?
I mean, 2, with the transition wider, I don't know.
Okay, so here's the idea, right? The whole emphasis for this is I want to focus on blending my control into my attack. But when it's more than 1 round on the control, I'm blending the last round on the control into my attack. So you're right on the right track. This is still going to be a 3, but now I've got a 1 in front of it. So I think I'm drawing and I'm going 1, 1, 2, 3. As I come from the control to the attack.
Yeah.
Right? Now I got steel to paper, which is what? Everyone's scared now. It's 3 again. 3 again, and then I've got, 2 left on the last control. Right? So, for example, as nears, this one would kind of look like this. Who has my AMG timer? Kind of makes sense there what we're looking for? Okay, come over to the middle. This one might be the trickiest one. Even though it might look like the easiest one because we have the most quote-unquote easy targets. Remember we talked about this earlier. We can get in trouble thinking about close stuff being easy. Like if it's... Everything's equally difficult if you hold yourself to a high enough standard. Okay? So first of all, my letters. I've got partial, open, steel, open, open. Okay? So my letters, left to right, control, attack, what would they be?
Control, attack, attack.
Okay. Numbers.
1, 3, 5.
Ooh. 1, 3. Everyone can see that, right? I'm going to come to the paper. 1, 1, 2, 3. As I come off from the last shot on that control into the paper. Then you said 5. Where are you getting 5 from?
Steel, paper, paper.
Okay, then I've got 2 attacks side by side. Any reason for a big gap in time in between those 2? No. So now I'm blending my control into 2 attacks. So that should sound like 5. I'm going to come to that control. I'm going to go 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As I come off that steel into 2 paper. Yeah, sorry. Do that again. Thinking about too many things. Okay. I always get in trouble doing these things. I'm like already thinking about what I'm going to say about the next thing while I'm trying to shoot, and it's too many things to do at once. That one makes sense. We're looking for there.
Yeah.
Okay, very last one. Come over here.
I'm just thinking about the Buffalo Range.
All right, from here, paper, partial, steel, open, partial. Yeah, but it's so close though. So close though. Okay, someone who hasn't answered yet, ideally, letters left to right.
Attack, control, control, attack, control.
It's control.
Okay, what's it going to sound like? So I'm going to draw, and what's the first thing? Just 2 on attack. Right, now I've got control of control. Now, you could think about this a couple different ways. Again, what's important is I'm blending the last control shot into my attack, right? So let's skip ahead. So my last control into my attack, still going to be 3 there, right? Steel to dot. Coming off the steel to the paper. And then, of course, I'll have, 2 left there. Now, I'm probably just going to leave that control by itself, so we'll call that 2, kind of things. I'm going to go 1, 2, 1, 2, steel, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2 on the partial. That makes sense? Okay. Last, me having fun before you guys get to shoot again. Kind of makes sense what we're looking for there? Okay, let's do this like this. Still, same 2 requirements for a passing run on the drill. So remember before we had first round impact on steel. We're now going to say first round good impact on controlled targets, which means first round impact on steel, don't shoot the white guys on your partials, right? So good first round hits on your partials and on your steel. And then blending all of our controlled targets into our attack targets or attack targets into attack targets as is appropriate. Now, those 2 things will be kind of self-judge. I'll let you be as harsh on yourself as you want to be. Let's kind of approach it like this. When you get in line in one of these lines, right, when it's your turn, come up, try to get 2 passing runs back to back. Again, judge as harshly as you want, but try to get 2 passing runs back to back. Once you've done that, go top off if you need to, come back, get in line somewhere else, try to get 2 passing runs in at least one of the other stations. And we'll kind of work through like that. Make sense?
Yep.
Questions? Nope. Okay, once again, I'll be floating. If you need, one thing I'll say real quick. Who before, I'm going to talk to you, a couple of you about it. Who had like trigger freeze in the last target?
That's me.
Everybody? Okay. Why? Again, if we think about that last transition as, I got to move the gun fast, right? I've got to like muscle the gun nice and hard and fast last target in order to make the transition fast. What does that create? Tension, right? It makes you go, I got to muscle the gun over from one target to another. Again, like, even the far transitions, like in this case, a little bit farther now, but to go from steel to paper, I'm moving the gun that far. How much muscle input does that require? Nothing, man. Especially when I'm recovering in recoil. Don't think about this in terms of I've got to move the gun faster. That's not the point. You've got to leave efficiently. You've got to move your eyes faster. You got to pull the trigger faster. The gun will be there. Focus on the vision piece, right? Get your eyes to that next target sooner. Press the trigger as soon as the gun gets there. The rest will kind of take care of itself. Leave that firing hand relaxed as you go. And yes, prep on the way. Very good. Make sense? Okay, I'll stop talking and let you guys shoot. All right, guys, that's day 1, level up pistol. Hopefully you enjoyed. Keep an eye out for day 2 coming soon, maybe out already depending on when you're watching this. Day 2 is going to be some really good stuff. It's going to be pretty much all movement, both shooting on the move and entries and exits, as well as stage work and kind of a deep dive, a discussion on stage planning. We'll see you on the next one.